And a very good morning from Trent Bridge. James Carr here with coverage of the Metrobank One Day Cup between the hosts, the Blaze, and Lancashire. Women are the visitors. It's a final push for silverware before the season ends. For one team, a place at finals on Sunday at the Ageas Bowl. For the other, elimination and a long winter ahead. Second versus third in this eliminator or semi-final, whatever way you want to look at it. But it's the business end of the season. Here, live coverage on the Blaze YouTube channel. And I'm delighted to say, once again, I've got Polly Starkey with me. Good morning, Polly.
Good morning. I've been allowed back. It's great to be back at Trent Bridge. Not quite as warm as last week, but the sun has come out to shine, so that's very nice.
Well, the most important thing is the rain has relented. I was looking at the app this morning, and there's been rain around the whole country, hasn't there? The county championship was 10 games yesterday. I think there was one venue got some cricket in. But it's 0% rain between now and about 8 o'clock tonight. And if we're here at 8 o'clock tonight, there is a big problem. So the weather is set fair, and we've got cricket ahead of us. Polly, talk me through the toss. And you've watched a lot of Lancashire this year, so I'm really keen to know about your thoughts on the lineup of the Lancashire side as well.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them this season. So Blaze won the toss and opted to bowl first, which feels quite typical of the Blaze, and they're a very good chasing side. In terms of Lancashire, they've made two changes, Alice Clark and Darcy Carter coming in. Alice Clark, you look at it, it's kind of like for like in terms of left-hand batters, with Eve Jones out for the remainder of the season. She went under shoulder surgery, that's a tongue twister, earlier in the week, so she's out. But they've brought Clark in, which is an interesting change. I mean, she's only played one game this season and scored 5. That was against Somerset about 2 weeks ago. I thought that was an interesting decision. They've previously brought in Danny Collins, who's done an all right job. She's taken a couple of wickets as well, but they've opted for another batter. They've also brought Darcy Carter in, who's predominantly batting, but she will also have a bowl, left arm off spinner. So that's an interesting change. She hasn't played since July, so kind of new faces round the team, because Emma Lamb's off with England, which is obviously great for her, but frustrating for Lancashire because she's the leading run scorer in the competition by a mile, so a big loss for them.
Yeah, real big loss. And of course, Blaze have had some England starlets in the side, in particular the first 8-9 rounds at the beginning of the season. So there's quite a few absentees there. Obviously, big World Cup coming up in India, so we don't begrudge them their opportunities to play for England. And I believe they've had their holidays in recent weeks and are now they're on a training camp, aren't they, in the Middle East before they head to India. So the Blaze then, they line up with just the one change from Sunday and the previous week. Sarah Bryce is due to open the batting with Georgie Boyce. Catherine Bryce in at 3. Ola Prendergast, the Irish international, at 4. Georgia Elwys, ever present, at number 5. And Marie Kelly is the player that slots in. So it's Ella Claridge that has made way for Marie Kelly, who's been working hard around the last couple of games we've covered here, but not been in the 11. So she's back to full fitness, having worked hard to get back on the park. Michaela Kirk will bat at 7, and then Lucy Hyam 8, Kirsty Gordon 9, Grace Ballinger 10, and Cassidy McCarthy 11. We think that's the order. We've not often got that far down to know how the order will play out. So we will see in due course, I guess. It's absolutely cracking the flags now, as we say up north. So all of a sudden, things are coming together for this Metro One Day Cup eliminator, I'm calling it, but it's a semi-final.
Yeah, semi-final. I guess they've got the other semi-final tomorrow, so it's not quite eliminator. But yeah, the first semi-final. And yeah, I mean, it's a good thing it's today rather than tomorrow, because the weather looks awful tomorrow. So that's perfect timing. And of course, playing here at Trent Bridge. I think an interesting matchup today will be Gabby Lewis and Ola Prendergast. You've got two Irish internationals playing for Lancashire and the Blaze respectively, and that will be an interesting battle. Gabby Lewis, I saw her play last week and she was exceptional for Lancashire. I think it was like 67 odd off nothing, and looked in great form. And then you've got Ola Prendergast, who has faced her plenty of times in the nets, and they're very well acquainted with each other, so that should be an interesting matchup, I think.
Yeah, it will, and I think the other interesting matchup is the two opening pairs of bowlers, Grace Ballinger left arm seamer versus Mahika Gore left arm seamer, and Cassidy McCarthy, that raw pace, real breakthrough year for her, versus Kate Cross, who's been a synonymous with the Red Rose of Lancashire and all that experience of opening the bowling for England. So I think that there'll be a serious match-up and a comparison and contrast at the end of the game around who makes the breakthrough in the power play there. It feels to me like Lancashire perhaps a little bit unsettled, like you say, with a couple of changes in their side, whereas the Blaze are relatively settled, albeit missing some serious experience of their England players. But Sarah Bryce, Georgie Boyce, who have jumped to the top of the order, are no mugs with the bat and are very attractive players when they get going. And I also think maybe for the Blaze, and as they run out now, we've seen them bowl a lot, and Kirsty Gordon isn't afraid to use 6-7 bowlers. Sometimes she doesn't bowl out any of her bowlers. She isn't afraid to use spin in the power play. So perhaps Blaze have just got a bit more variety and perhaps just a bit more dynamism. But we can debate all we like. We can look at the team sheets on the paper in front of us. The game is played out in the middle, and we're about to get underway. Umpires today, Sue Redfern and Rose Dovey. They're out in the middle, dressed in purple. Not sure what you think about that, Polly.
I'm a fan of the purple. I mean, I'm from Birmingham, so I call it Cadbury's purple. The chocolate brands are available, but it is Cadbury's purple. It's what the lampposts look like and near the swimming pool in Bourneville, so I'm a fan.
Very good. Well, we're across in the East Midlands today, but there's nothing wrong with talking about chocolate at 10:30 in the morning. There used to be a Cadbury's factory in Dunedin in New Zealand, but it's gone now. But I did do the tour there before it went. But I've never been to the one in Birmingham. Is that still going?
It's still going. I haven't been since probably about 5 on like a school trip in reception. But yeah, I hear it's still going. So. Are
you on commission today for the Birmingham Tourist Board?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So Grace Ballinger is going to open up, as we've been all too used to this year, from the Stuart Broad end, left arm over the wicket. And Polly, why don't you take us through the first over?
It would be my pleasure. Alice Clark and Gabby Lewis, the opening batters for Lancashire. Clark, wearing the number 35 shirt, will be facing the first ball of the day. The left-handed batter. Ballinger in. First one misses the edge of the bat through to Sarah Bryce.
Early shape straight away. I know the Blaze tend to like to bowl first, in particular here at Trent Bridge. I do think that just that coolness, that tackiness, and the wet weather we've had around just gives you a little bit of an edge with the ball early doors that you don't see too much with a white ball. So perhaps it's a bit of an advantage winning the toss.
Ballinger in again. Clark defends this, unable to get off the mark. So we've got left arm bowler to left arm batter.
We're smack in the middle of the bowl here at Trent Bridge. This is the wicket that was allocated for the T20 International that was eventually washed out here on Sunday.
Ballinger in past the umpire. This one just nudged into the offside for no run. I do think Trent Bridge has one of the best views from the commentary box. It is a beautiful view we've got.
Yeah, well, when you've been at Loughborough and Lindum and you've been in what looks like CSI tents, and this, yeah, we're very spoiled here at Trent Bridge.
Clark looking to get off the mark. Won't this delivery? She just defends that again. 0 for 0, the score remains.
And just for a bit of context for those joining us on stream, whether you're watching on your phone or your laptop, or just perhaps listening in the car, we are at the Radcliffe Road end and we're level 3 here, so we're quite high. We've got a beautiful vantage point right over the ground.
Ballinger in, nudged into the offside, but still a dot ball, so a great start from Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, on the money so far. One player miss from Alice Clark, but since then she's been a bit more watchful and just started to play it a little bit later and line Ballinger up. So watchful start so far.
Clark looks to beat the fielders, but will be unable to get outside the ring. So Grace Ballinger starting with a maiden.
Yep, you'd take that up first up, wouldn't you, from skipper and bowler? Good start from a Blaze point of view.
Definitely for Lancashire. Alice Clark, only her second game in a Lancashire shirt this season. Scored 5 against Somerset.
So, from our end, the commentary box end, the Radcliffe Road end, Cassidy McCarthy will open the bowling. Michaela Kirk has gone under the lid at short leg. She stood on that carpet cover that is covering the wicket for the men's Metrobank One Day Cup final wicket, which is on Saturday. So she's about 4 metres from the bat at the moment. Helmet on. No slip in place. Third is in situ. Backward point, cover, extra cover. Mid off on the offside. We've got a long leg, mid wicket, mid on the leg side. So 6-3 field. And now a little change. Going to leave extra cover open, and Georgie Boyce is going into more of a third or fourth slip rather than a gully. So batter made to wait for a moment. A bit of shape in there, bit of an inside edge, bit of thigh pad, down to long leg, just a single. So Gabby Lewis is off the mark. Short leg's going to come out now. It's clearly going to be purely deployed for the right-hander. And like we've seen the other day, lots of chopping and changing here, creativity straight away from Captain Kirsty Gordon.
I really like to see that from Kirsty Gordon. I like creative fields and constantly keeping things changing, adapting to the different batters.
So round the wicket, probably looking to shape it away, slip and gully in place. Watchful Clark lets that one go. Slip, gully, point, cover, mid off, and a third. So 6-3 field again. Little bit more aggressive with that slip and gully. On the money this time, fuller and straighter, and Clark has to just push that one into the leg side for no run.
As you say, it does feel like an aggressive field. Even the field is just inside the ring, coming in so close.
McCarthy again, play and miss. Bit fuller, a bit wider this time, and Clark just snatching at that. Doesn't make contact. Lots of noise coming from gully there. You can hear the claps and the encouragement from Michaela Kirk. Tap of the bat from Alice Clark as the bowler's in again, and another player miss. Just feeling for that one as she pulls her length back a little bit, does Cassidy McCarthy.
This is really good from Cassidy McCarthy. You can kind of clearly see what their plan is from their field settings, but she's bowling really nicely to the situation.
McCarthy once again plays and misses once again. So great over, backed up from Cassidy McCarthy, just one from it, following the Grace Ballinger maiden from the first over. So 2 overs gone here, Lancashire 1 without loss.
Gabby Lewis and Alice Clark will have to get a move on. They'll be aware of the depth in the Blazers' batting lineup, and I'm sure they would have seen the Blazers' performance over the last few weeks in particular. Some very comfortable wins. Gabby Lewis 1 from 1. Alice Clark yet to get off the mark, having faced 11 deliveries. Lewis just having a look around at the field settings. Ballinger in from the Stuart Broad end. Defensive. Just repeats the shot, bit of shadow batting. Lewis taps a bat. This one, turn around the corner, it's hoiked in fact, and it will go for 4. Nice from Lewis and needed from a Lancashire perspective. A very slow start from those first 2 overs, but Lewis moves the score on to 5.
Yeah, just on the thigh pad of Gabby Lewis there, bread and butter for her. Interesting the deployment of a first slip. Grace Ballinger perhaps trying to use that angle across the right-hander.
Ballinger in again, and this one's just defended straight back to her.
And all the shapes are coming into the batter, so maybe it's a bluff.
All mind games.
I suppose one just has to go straight on across, doesn't it? And it creates that angle.
Ballinger past the umpire. Slight edge off the bat, just into the offside. No run available, still 5 without loss.
There's going to be some negative connotation with what I say now, and I'm very much in the ground staff union, because I know how hard they work and I know how difficult it is against all the elements, but the batters seem to just be struggling with a bit of timing, perhaps a little bit of two-paceness to the pitch so far.
Lewis leans back and defends. Has to really get high up to block.
But it could just be that morning tackiness. We've had a lot of moisture around. Could just be the seam gripping into the pitch. It could smooth off, it could flatten off. So, any ground staff out there, please don't shoot me or send us hate mail.
They'll be knocking on the door in a minute. Ballinger in again. Just defended into the offside for no run. So that concludes the over. Just the boundary from it, off the first ball. 5 without loss.
Yeah, one loose delivery, or ever so slight loose delivery, and just shows that the quality of Gabby Lewis really to pick that off for 4.
Yeah, especially after the amount of dot balls that had accumulated. Just looking to find those runs after a very tentative start for Lancashire. Clark now still yet to get off the mark, having faced 11.
Slip still in place. 6-3 field. McCarthy's in, and another player miss. Feeling outside that off stump. Alice Clark looked much more comfortable against Grace Ballinger. Let the ball come on a little bit more. Played it a little bit straighter and later, but she's just curtain railing outside her off stump a little bit here. Alice Clark. McCarthy's in again, and this one is short and wide, and bread and butter for a left-hander. Carved away behind point. So after all those plays and misses, that one will just settle the nerves of Alice Clark as she gets her first runs and her first boundary.
Important for Clark to get off the mark, and as you say, we'll probably just relieve those nerves a bit. A nice shot to get off the mark.
She'll be frustrated there, Gasti McCarthy, because she can afford to be full while she's being so tentative, and just corrects it there and draws Clark forward, who's solid in defence. Just that nerviness. You want batters to be pushing up the ground early doors. You don't mind if you're a little bit too full, because if they get that timing wrong, it brings that slip and gully into place. Even the backward point just slicing off the edge of the bat. McCarthy's in again and just gently tailing it away. Watchful leave this time from Clark. Good battle between ball and bat here. Alice Clark tapping about hard. Much more shape this time. Driven squarely behind point. Bit of work for third to do. It's in vain. 4 more to Clark, so less convincing this time, but played the percentages. Gets it through for 4 more. And it looks very rosy for Alice Clark now. None from 11, 8 from 16.
Yeah, looks a much better picture.
There's a lesson there for young players, isn't there? To be patient, just wait for the bad ball. McCarthy in again and cut away again. This time Marie Kelly will get round to it. They'll come back for 2. Sorry, Grace Ballinger doing the fielding. So 2 to finish that over. Lancashire move on to 15 without loss. Clark is on to 10. Lewis 5.
10 from that over, so Lancashire moving on, which I think is quite important in terms of making something out of this game. And the concern was that Clark was just going to stay there for a while and not score many runs and use up a few deliveries, but she's done well. And as you say, just a bit of patience has gone a long way. Now she's 10 off 17, a much nicer picture than 0 off 11.
The Blaze think tank head coach Craig Cumming, bowling coach Luke Fletcher in particular, they will measure success on how many wickets they get in the power play here. So it's absolutely fine from a Lancashire point of view to play and miss, as long as they keep wickets in the tent, I think.
Lewis on strike. Starts defensively. 15 without loss, the score stays.
And that lesson is, you know, clear your head after a play and miss, play the next ball. And what Alice Clark has done is exactly that. She's put a couple of balls away, square of the wicket, quite convincingly. And Gasti McCarthy just missed her area ever so slightly, so.
Lewis this time defends and it nudges into the offside for no run.
So I think it tells us that there is actually very little margin for error on this wicket. These two seamers have got to keep the ball up nice and full in this power play, hope it nips around, encourage nervy batters at the beginning to try and play high up the ground.
Ballinger in. This one left outside off. 15 without loss.
We did see with Durham a couple of days ago, didn't we? They just were never quite ahead of the 8 ball in terms of posting a competitive total.
Yeah, they definitely left runs out there. I think was the big takeaway from that game, and the Blaze were quite comfortable in chasing. Lewis looks to turn it round the corner, gets a bottom edge to it. It's heading towards the boundary. It's slowing up in the outfield, but it will be 4. 2 fielders in pursuit in that case. But Lewis gave it enough to take it to the boundary.
Yeah, Ballinger's got a line wrong twice and been pulled around the corner for 4. She's got a very strong offside field.
Ballinger in again, left outside off by Lewis.
And then on the leg side, she's got 2 mid-wickets, like a regulation mid-wicket and a very straight stump-high mid-wicket, as well as a mid-on. So 3 fielders in front of square, which suggests maybe that 2-pace nature, that little bit of stick in the wicket, and then a deep backward square leg rather than a fine leg.
Lewis leaves this one as well. So 19 without loss at the end of the over, just the boundary down to fine leg that added to the total.
So 5 gone. We've had a bit of play and miss, a couple of streaky shots, and a couple of clinical 4s. So honours even so far. Lancashire absorbing a bit of pressure. Blaze perhaps relinquishing a bit of that control in the last couple of overs.
I think it's interesting from Lancashire, as we kind of said in the preview, they're missing Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, who have been instrumental at the top of the order and have kind of been not over-relied on because, they did their job, but they've been such a solid part that a lot of the time not everyone gets a chance to bat. So Alice Clark coming in, there's a bit of responsibility on her shoulders.
Well, she's facing up now, pulls this one round the corner, doesn't quite time it. She'll just get a single. Interesting that Georgie Boyce has gone to a short, fine leg for the left-handed Alice Clark. So we're going to see some changes now, and helmets brought back on, and sunglasses passed between players because of this right-hand, left-hand partnership. Boyce into slip. It's more of a second slip than a first slip. Bit of distance between her and the keeper. Short leg back under the lid. Cassidy McCarthy's in again. Right arm over the wicket. Oh, this has gone. Oh, it's knocked her over. The ball reared, flew into the air there, and it's because it hit the top of middle stump, and it's gone flying down to the pavilion at the Stuart Broad end. But what a scalp. Gabby Lewis knocked over, clean bowled, middle stump out the ground. Bowled Cassidy McCarthy for 9. And the Blaze are on the board, and Lancashire are 20 for 1.
Middle stump absolutely flattened. As you say, the ball almost looked like it ricocheted off, pinging in the air. It was really high. But yeah, from the celebrations, a wicket, and Gabby Lewis, who had a really good innings against Warwickshire. In fact, yeah, it was 75 she scored. Not to be today. She falls for 9, being bowled by Cassidy McCarthy. It means Seren Smale comes to the crease, who has a bit of a job on her hands. She hasn't had the best of seasons in terms of form. She had a decent 100 with a couple of good scores, and then 67 not out against Surrey and 47 against Warwickshire. I was impressed with how she played actually against Warwickshire last Wednesday. But she's got a lot of time to build an innings and a big opportunity at the back end of the season.
Yeah, Seren Smale taking guard there. 13 matches so far this season, 314 runs. An average of 31. She might need a few more than that today to post a competitive total for her Lancashire side. Cassidy McCarthy, wind in her sails, his right arm over the wicket and wraps Seren Smale on the pads there. I think there's a little inside edge as well. She's just got that ball to start darting in very late, hasn't she? Caught us all by surprise, the delivery before. Do you know what? I actually thought she'd inside edged it onto a pad and it had gone up.
Yeah.
I was expecting Michaela Kirk
to
like take an easy catch, and then the ball went flying. McCarthy's in again, driven on the up. No run.
Yeah, when I didn't see any fielders going for the catch, I was like, what are you doing? But obviously,
Yeah.
we're almost like so straight on that if the bat's in front of the wicket, you kind of can't see what's happening.
Yeah, it was only when Gabby Lewis moved I could
Yeah, that
see
you
her. The
could see.
stump was
Oh,
out
yeah.
the ground. And because of the glare of the sun today, you can lose the ball in the
Yeah, we had this last
in
week.
the wicket. McCarthy's in, bangs this one in, hit down on by Smale, cut off at backward point. There'll be no run. I mean, there are harder jobs, but it's not as easy. It's not as easy as it looks.
$20 for 1.
Smale yet to score, facing up for her fourth ball. Shape in again from Casty McCarthy. That's the end of her third over, and Blaze's sixth. Lancashire 20 for 1, and after an untidy over from Casty McCarthy the over before, she'll be very happy with the scalp of Lancashire's overseas professional in Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, that's a brilliant over from McCarthy. And as you say, the crucial wicket of Gabby Lewis, who we've seen be incredibly destructive. Alice Clark, 11 from 18. She'll face the first ball of the next over. So far, Grace Ballinger bowled 3, 1 maiden, and has gone for 8 runs. Clark just defending. Happy to be tentative. The run rate just over 3 and over at the moment.
I love Grace Ballinger's attitude. She's thrown her head back there because Alice Clark has played a forward defensive and then she's stomping back to her run-up, like just treating everything with disdain, as fast bowlers should do.
Ballinger in. Lovely from Clark. Just edges it towards third, but there is a fielder down there. Casty McCarthy prevents the boundary.
And what will annoy fast bowlers even more is shots like that, especially when it doesn't go to hand. She's got it to shape more to left-hander, hasn't she, though? I suppose because she can line it up from over the wicket a bit easier rather than having to push it across. So let's see what she can do to the new bat in Seren Smale.
21 for 1. Smale pushes that into the offside. Lucy Hyam will have to slide to cut it off, and they'll just take a single. So some slightly wayward throws into Sarah Bryce, the last 2 balls. 22 for 1. Toes. There'll just be one.
out the circle. Power play 2 is overs 11 to 50, where you're allowed 4 out. Casty McCarthy then, the wicket taker. She will continue from the Radcliffe Road end, running away from us now, around the wicket. Very straight line to the left-handed Clark, who just turns that into leg side quite comfortably, but there's no run. It's got a bit cloudy, a bit cooler as well. A couple of hard taps at the bat from Alice Clark, and Fullen on the pads. This time it'll be a leg by. This is the bit that's frustrating. So you just straight on the legs, and it's a leg by, and then everyone's got to move around again. The bowler's got to readjust, come over the wicket now, and the fielder's got to be in the right position, get the
good batters, but I don't think that depth is necessarily there for putting on a competitive total. I've seen the likes of Kate Cross and Mahika Gore actually, I think they put on like a 50 partnership, and they can get runs, but it takes time, and actually having a strong opening pair with the likes of Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, that was just so important, and without that things don't look as rosy.
Casty McCarthy then sets herself as Fee Morris faces up for her first ball. Play and miss, full and wide outside off stump this time. So wickets in consecutive overs as the 8th is concluded. Consecutive overs for Casty McCarthy, that is. Lancashire 28 for 2. If you're just joining us, James Carr here with Polly Starkey for the Blaze versus Lancashire Women in this Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final. Winner going on to the Ageas Bowl on Sunday to play the winner of Hampshire and Surrey.
There's a lot of maths going on Saturday with Durham playing Surrey, and both of them could go through, and then the Somerset game going on, and Somerset thrashed Warwickshire, so they got the bonus point. And I left Chestler Street with a headache. I was so much maths for one day. But yeah, Surrey they won, and that was the simplest one. If Surrey won, they were through regardless of anything else. Ballinger continuing. Alice Clark on strike. The left-hander works this into the leg side. We'll take one. Just backward of square.
This is a real frustrating thing for Kirsty Gordon. Although she'd be very happy with the scoreline, 29 for 2. But that was a 7-2 field to the left-hander. Try and build some pressure with that shape that Ballinger is getting to tail away from the left-hander. She just strays onto the pads, which means brings Fee Morris on strike. It's not the end of the world. New batter. Have a dart at the new bat.
Morris awaits. This one defensive. No run available. Morris scored 90 not out against Surrey. Also took 2 for 37 in that game, so I imagine we'll see her with the ball later. Ballinger in. Dug out by Morris for no run.
Yeah, top scorer 90 not out, as you say, but a mixed season for Fee Morris. 173 runs in her 10 innings so far, an average of 21.62. She's a better player than that.
Yeah.
I am a fan of Fee Morris. I think she seems to have kicked on since she's moved north to Lancashire.
Definitely.
She's also a useful bowler and a very athletic fielder, but she won't be best pleased with her return so far this season.
Morris playing a miss, and in fact there's an edge, so Morris will have to go for naught. It must have been a small edge. I mean, I'm sure we'll see the replay.
That one to shape across the right hander. Got a very experienced player in Fee Morris to fiddle at that one. Very thin edge through to the keeper. And at 29 for 3 in the power play, and we talked about how important power play wickets are, what coach Luke Fletcher, who leads those bowlers, will be thinking about. We're pretty close from a Blaze point of view to a gold standard bowl in power play.
Chipped up backward of square by Threlkeld. Will fall safely and we'll just take the single. Once again, the fielders having to change for the left-hander. .30. About the wicket of Fee Morris for naught. 30 for 3. So just 2 runs from it as well. This opening pair of Ballinger and McCarthy proving very successful. We spoke about the matchup between those opening bowlers. You've got McCarthy and Ballinger, and then Cross and Gore. And it would take something quite special for Gore and Cross to be the happier of the opening bowlers at the end of today.
It's interesting though, isn't it? It only takes a wicket, only takes a ball to take a wicket. But when the bowlers have missed their line of length, the ball's gone to the boundary as well. There's been some good bowling as well. She's got a couple of boundaries away as well. She's 14 not out from 29.
Yeah, really, really strong power play from the Blaze. Those 3 wickets, I imagine, will be pretty keen. The first bowling change of Catherine Bryce. And I think you mentioned earlier just the options that the Blaze have in terms of their bowling. I think of Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwys in particular, aren't particularly fast or flashy or anything like that, but have been really good wicket-taking options. Have tended to be relatively economical as well.
Well, how they ground Durham down and kept them below par was just dot pressure, and then Durham tried to release the pressure and often played rash shots and relinquished their wickets. I'm sure there'll be more of the same.
Felkelder waits. Again, starts with a dot. Yeah, it was just kind of good, consistent bowling from Elwys and Bryce, and yeah, really tested the Durham batters and made their way through that batting order. Threlkeld once again defending, just pushing this down the wicket. A dead ball, and Price will head back to her mark.
5-4 field for Bryce. Third in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off.
Threlkeld drives forward, but won't be able to find a run. Three dots in a row for Bryce so far. Bryce in, defended by Threlkeld again.
This is what the Blaze do really well under the leadership of Kirsty Gordon. She's sent Lucy Hyam out to deep cover now because she's got into the over 4-dot balls, just to mount more pressure on these Lancashire batters.
Threlkeld drives into the offside. The aforementioned Hyam coming round to do the fielding. 34 for 3. It's the first run of the over.
But Gordon will be happy with that. It's just one. At times you can get too focused on taking wickets, and the reality is building pressure and frustrating batters with. You can have one off 4 balls, off 5 balls. Can play its part.
Yeah, that run rate is still around, it's 3.14 at the moment, and it's been around there for a while. Nudged into the leg side by Clark. And that wraps up the over. So a strong start from Catherine Bryce, just 1 run from her first over. The score 34 for 3.
Yeah, exactly what you want after the power play. 5 dot balls in that over. And I was gonna have a little wager with you and say, who do you think's gonna bowl next? And I'd have gone for Kirsty Gordon, but
yeah, I'd be inclined to say some spin, but they're going to bring all of Prendergast.
yeah, I'm surprised by this, but also curious about it, whether they just think there's enough in the pitch and in particular through the air to perhaps use all the Prendergast and what seam and swing she offers. Great exponent of that.
A very different bowler from Catherine Bryce as well, so just having 2 different bowlers from each end.
So Prendergast running away from us now at the Ratcliffe Road end, and gets that one to just shape off the pitch and beat the outside edge of Ellie Threlkeld's bat.
And there were a couple of murmurs round the ground then. It felt, yeah, but there's a bit of something going on.
Prendergast once again skipping in. Straightens the line up this time, and Threlkeld has to jam down on that one. Yeah, I like it actually. I think your point is really important there. Of got a medium fast bowler and a medium pace bowler, just that contrast, unsettle the batters as Prendergast is in and gets this one to shape away a little bit wider, so it doesn't threaten the edge of Ellie Threlkeld, who just has a polite look at the umpire to say, was that not a wide? Maybe just within the limits. Prendergast again, driven beautifully, won't get through mid-off, well cut off by Kirsty Gordon, but a very nice drive played on the up from Ellie Threlkeld, showing us what she can do.
Nicely watched by Gordon to cut it off just outside the ring.
Yeah, another yard wide, and it would have been four. It was a glorious shot on the up. Deserved more than one, and it sounded great off the bat. So Clark on strike. She'll be facing Orla Prendergast for the first time today. Prendergast staying over the wicket. She's in now, and play a miss. Very full there, Prendergast. Almost yorking herself, Clark there, just hitting over the top of the ball. Several hard taps to the bat again from Clark as Prendergast is in and square driven. It's going to squirt behind backward point down to third. It's just a single to Clark. Well cut off by Grace Ballinger down there. So that's the end of the 12th. Lancashire 36 for 3.
What I've liked about the Blazers is the field they've set. I don't think there's been any twos so far today. They've just really restricted them. They'll, occasionally there'll be one that gets punished for 4, but it's mainly just been allowing very comfortable singles.
Yeah, might be different for the left-hander. What have we got? Deep mid-wicket, deep square, backward square leg, deep third, deep cover. So they're the 4 out for left-handed. Clark, he pats this one back to Georgia Elwes for no run.
Yeah, my mistake. There have been 2 twos, but it's been mostly 1s and dots, and then 5 4s so far in the innings.
Another change in the field here. I'm sure Kirsty Gordon just does it to make the batters wait, unsettle them. Just a swap between Marie Kelly and Georgie Boyce. They're swapping from backward point and mid off.
Bryson again, driven straight down the ground into her hand. In fact, knocks the bails off at the non-striker's end. 36 for 6 the score remains. Alice Clark works this backward of square. Will just jog through for a single. .37 for 3.
Again, Bryce slightly gets the line wrong, but the field and the angles are right. It's just 1.
Threlkeld is going to head for 4. Grace Ballinger looking to cut it off, but it will be a boundary. Threlkeld just a slight edge. Races away behind Sarah Bryce.
Oh, she's not going to be happy with you. Not going to be happy with you. I think that was a gorgeous little tickle around the corner. I knew she'd hit it because of the way she called yes as well. Like, I've got bat on that. Make sure you give it as runs, Sue.
Bryce continuing, driven by Threlkeld this time. Will be stopped inside the ring. No run available, 41 for 3.
I don't want to put the mockers on Ellie Threlkeld, but she's come out and just had very nice rhythm and timing so far in this short innings of 15 balls.
Once again, driven on the offside by Threlkeld. She's 10 from 16.
13 gone then, Lancashire 41 for 3. Yeah, Lancashire have got to rebuild, haven't they? They can't be too flash, they can't be too hard because of the prospect of making another mistake and being 50 for 5. So they've got to rebuild before they can do anything more expansive. I'm sure the target now will be to try and get to drinks. Let's go at 4-5 and over, get to around the 110 mark without losing another wicket. Prendergast is in over the wicket. Gets that one to rise a little bit as she pushes it across the left-handed Alice Clark. What I will say, the difference between the Durham game when we last called a game together here at Trent Bridge is 220 is runs on the board in a semi-final. It doesn't matter how you get there, but 220 would be very competitive. Clark just run this one to backward point. You can't get it through, so there'll be no run.
Yeah, I think also with the bowlers that Lancashire have, that makes that, you know, total even more competitive. They have gone with more of a batting side today, you'd say, but I mean, Darcy Carter will turn her arm over, and you've got a good mix of seam and spin.
Juices an edge this time. Just be the one as Grace Ballinger mops up at third. There is a bit of a licence to play that shot because there is nobody in the cordon there. Probably would have gone between that wide slip that was instilled earlier and the gully fielder. Prendergast in to the right-handed Threlkeld, who shoulders arms and let this one go through to Sarah Bryce with the gloves on.
.42 for 3. Threlkeld 10 from 17. Clark 17 from 38.
Prendergast in and Threlkeld just jumping at that one, running it to backward point. There'll be no run once again, so Threlkeld happy just to, Prendergast happy just to keep trying to build dots, build pressure. We want to get out of this over now, but still only 3 out the circle. I beg your pardon, 4 out the circle because Grace Ballinger's hiding in the shade down at long leg. This one's turned into leg side. Comfortable single. Lucy High will come in from deep square leg and do the fielding. So 14 gone, Lancashire 43 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a slow rebuild after the loss of Fee Morris. Only 13 put on in the last 5 overs.
I think we're spoiled as well. Like the beginning of the season, we have 10 rounds of Metrobank cricket before the 100. Had a glorious summer. Pitches were incredible. It was a run fest, wasn't it?
Yeah. Catherine Bryce returning from the Stuart Broad end. Lovely from Ellie Threlkeld. It should be cut off and will be cut off by Lucy Hyam. But really good working backward of point.
Incredible work from Lucy Hyam there.
She's covered a long distance.
She's quick over ground as well, but that should have been 3 runs, but for the pace of Lucy Hyam to get round and cut that off.
Driven by Threlkeld this time. A sliding stop in the end by Georgia Elwes.
So I think the fireworks and the entertainment of the heat of our summer and the runs that have been scored may just be tempered with some attritional batting in this very cool and damp September.
Threlkeld works this into the leg side. It should be cut off and will be cut off, but this is good running between the Lancashire pair. They come back for 2. Gusty McCarthy cutting it off in the end.
She's just been done there, Marie Kelly. Umpires in a way, and then the wicket end as well. I don't think Rose Dovey would have come off very well there if Marie Kelly had clattered.
Bryson, driven straight back by Threlkeld. Yeah, we were so lucky from, I mean, even April, the weather was great. We had sun. I don't think I experienced a properly rain-affected game until September with the one-day cup, so we were incredibly fortunate. And as you say, it was a bit of a run fest as this one's clipped into the leg side by Threlkeld, cut off with a sliding stop in the end.
But it's great, isn't it? We've seen the emergence of Rihanna Southby, Ella McCacken, Kira Chatley, to name three.
Yeah, there have just been so many good stories this season. Ella McCacken was fantastic at the start of the season for Hampshire before her injury. Defensive from Alice Clark.
Emma Lamb's found form and got back in the England side. Holly Armitage has had runs up at Durham. Alice Davis-Richardson, she had, 2 or 3 centuries for Surrey in 50 over cricket. It has been a run fest, but also when I got involved in women's cricket, and I'm sure it'll be the same for you, Polly, is county cricket, women's cricket was played on outgrounds and club grounds, some nice club grounds, don't get me wrong, but they don't have the equipment, the facilities, the human resource to produce wickets like this that do enough for both seam and spin, but also you can trust it to kind of nurture good batting as well. And I suppose it just shows the development of the professional game and the attitudes from first class counties as well, which means we get to cover the games from places like Trent Bridge and Emirates Old Trafford, but it makes for a better product, doesn't it? And that can inspire the next generation of cricketers to want to choose to play cricket.
Definitely. I think there have been varying levels of commitment, but on the whole it has been really positive. You see teams like Durham who have played all their home games at Chestler Street, and just that consistency and that opportunity is really important.
Prendergast to continue. Trying to tuck Ellie Threlkeld up, trying to keep it as tight to the stumps as possible. And I think that variation is that one that she then takes away from her, hoping she'll chase after it.
But I did feel even from the first game of the season that it felt a little bit different. Some of the same, there's a lot that's still the same. Obviously the players have kept their name, so that's kind of continued from the regional era.
Banged in this time, and Threlkeld happy to just duck under that one. It's signalled a wide. Just a nod and a wink from Sue Redfern at square leg to Rose Dovey, who's the standing umpire, and then the signal of the one short ball for the over as well.
But it definitely feels like there have been more eyes on the competitions and a bit more interest, and it's been a great season.
Prendergast goes for the double bluff and bangs it in again. Umpire's happy with the height on this one. Threlkeld having to duck and weave like a boxer. Yeah, I think some counties just felt between a rock and a hard place in the regional game, because even though there was regional hosts and lead counties, that's 2 for the over now. I think Ellie Threlkeld was just querying that one, so we've cleared that up. Of course, you're allowed 2 in 50 over cricket, 1 in T20 cricket. So Prendergast had to be full that time, or she would have been on the naughty step. Yeah, so someone like Sunrisers who had to travel between Middlesex and Essex and Northampton.
They covered a huge area of the country.
And I think the sentiments of the regional game were well intended. It was about collaboration and about trying to be equitable and inclusive. Driven hard up the ground and fielded off her own bowl in there, all the Prendergast. Just bowling a tidy line here, trying to tie Ellie Threlkeld up, who has to be patient and watchful.
But yeah, I think the identity now is so important, and that consistency. And even when you come to Trent Bridge, there's just so much branding of the Blaze everywhere, which is brilliant.
Another handsome check drive from Threlkeld, but it's not going to yield any runs. I'm sure she'll just be happy to soak up pressure for now, though. And I actually quite like that Blaze have gone out and been bold and kept their branding, actually. Prendergast once again, this one turned into leg side. They'll run the first one hard and think about two, but Lucy Hine will cut it off. We know how quick she is. So 50 for 3 from 16. What are your thoughts on that?
Don't want to say too much. Yeah, no, I see it from both sides, and from what I understand, it was like a player-led decision, and I think actually that side of things is quite important. I think in terms of, because everyone else was going back to the counties, if you look round and say Surrey was saying, oh, well, we want to still be South East Stars, then kind of the point of going back to the counties wouldn't have necessarily made sense. But I can understand why they didn't. I think I would say Blaze and the Southern Vipers were probably the sides with the strongest identity in the regional era. So I can definitely understand it from that perspective, as Catherine Bryce is continuing, driven straight back to her by Ellie Threlkeld. 50 for 3, the score stays.
I think because the Blaze is basically a migration away from the Loughborough Lightning and the
That's
Lightning
very true,
era.
yeah.
I think the Blaze hadn't finished its stay, if you like.
Bryce again, and Threlkeld hoiks this backward of square. It will be cut off by Grace Ballinger, but they're pushing for 2 and they will take 2. That's a good point. Yeah, obviously they had the rebrand from Loughborough Lightning, which turned to Lightning, which turned to the Blaze, and so there's been a lot of chopping and changing. So sticking with the Blaze and not changing that after what, like 2 seasons, I can appreciate that. Threlkeld drives this for no run.
And even though Leicestershire and Derbyshire have got their counties, the first class counties in their own right, the men's game, and they've got tier 2 status, they're very in close proximity to Nottinghamshire.
Driven once again by Threlkeld, this time on the offside for no run.
So even though in the men's game they're very fierce rivals, and that triangle of East Midlands counties, and from a football point of view there's 3, 4, 5 major cities in this area.
Threlkeld works this leg side again. Marie Kelly stopping it just in front of square.
I actually think that the Blaze keeping its identity is a bit of a strategy and tactic to be able to take the Blaze to Chesterfield, for example. They've played games at Loughborough, played a game at Lindham in Lincolnshire this year as well.
Defensive from Threlkeld. Another good over from Catherine Bryce. 52 for 3.
So we're doing cricket politics as well as the cricket itself. James Carr here with you, live from Trent Bridge. Polly Starkey alongside me. It does pose the question, doesn't it? If you are a member and a player of now a tier 2 county, you perhaps felt part of a region a year ago and connected to something and had a chance of becoming a professional. Now, where do those players get left, or do they have to migrate, and then does that cause problems for the tier 2? It's something we won't know for about perhaps a decade, a generation, as Prendergast continues just tucking Alice Clark up with this one, just straightening a line up.
I think also with tier 2, because it's not professional, players aren't in a position to uproot their life and completely move somewhere else. They've got full-time jobs where they're based, so a lot of the time they'll continue playing for their local county. But say your local county has been Surrey and you've played for them and you're not going to get into the Surrey side, then where do you look?
Pulled away this time, bit of a hunt, and yes, great catch, great hunting, great leg work from Cassidy McCarthy at backward square leg. Banged in from all the Prendergast. We've seen her use the middle of the pitch a few times. Clark was quick on the pull, she just couldn't quite control it. And after a period of rebuild and a partnership of 23, Lancashire have fallen to 52 for 4.
It felt like an important partnership, even if they weren't scoring that many runs. Just both of them being at the crease and not letting another wicket fall was quite key. Elsa Lister's going to come to the crease, who tends to be quite a big hitter, powerful batter, but she's going to have to be patient and build an innings here with Ellie Threlkeld, because 52 for 4 is not an ideal position for Lancashire in this first semi-final.
I think just that dismissal, the work from Cassidy McCarthy there, she's at backward square leg. She's caught that in front of square. She's had to move about 10 yards, pulled away quickly. It wasn't that long ago in men's cricket that bowlers bowled and the fielding was down at fine leg with the big, big old boot. But now that investment and the evolution of the women's game that we talked about, we've got serious athletes, and Cassidy McCarthy's one of them. She's picked up a couple of wickets and now she's taken a catch.
Yeah, you can't keep her out of the game today.
Prendergast then in, used the middle of the pitch once again. It doesn't get up, although in the opinion of the umpire it has. I wasn't quite sure it got above shoulder height there, but the umpires have a little conference from square leg to the standing umpire and they decide it is. Prendergast on her way. Just 6 runs conceded so far for a 1 wicket, and this one's into the pads of Elsa Lister, who can't get any bat on it or get it away, so there's no run. So Seren Smale keeps wicket, and Elsa Lister's a wicket keeper, doesn't she? Has she had any Scotland full caps yet, Elsa Lister?
She has quite a few, in fact.
Prendergast in, cut away from Lister, can't get it through, so another dot ball.
She's got 46 Scotland caps, made her debut in May of 2021. Was part of that Scotland squad that went to the T20 World Cup in September 2024, and also was young enough to be part of the inaugural Under-19 World Cup, so she was one of a couple of players who were doing both at the same time and went to the Under-19 World Cup with full Scotland caps.
Prendergast in, and solid from Lister with the full face of the bat there. 18 gone, Lancashire 52 for 4. All the Prendergast now through 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6.
That is brilliant stuff from Prendergast, and I can envision in January a bit of a battle between Prendergast and Lister at the World Cup qualifiers in Nepal, where Scotland and Ireland will be battling for a place. Of course, Scotland the happier of the sides last time when they beat Ireland to qualify, so a bit of history there between the sides. Kirsty Gordon is going to bring herself onto bowl. Going to see some spin for the first time today. 52 for 4. Threlkeld on strike. Nudges this into the leg side for no run. Gordon again hoiked in the air by Threlkeld. Will be cut off really nicely. Just 1 bounce and a stop. In the end, out in the deep. 53 for 4. We've got some very dark clouds to the right of us and gorgeous blue sky to the left. It's kind of split down the middle almost. Lister waits and dragged into the leg side for no run.
believe we may have had some audio issues, so apologies if you keep losing us. I believe I might be ducking in and out. We're trying to fix that behind the scenes.
Straight to Georgia Elris, this one from Leicester. Defensive from the Scotland international. Leicester yet to get off the mark, has faced 7 balls. Down the ground, but no run available. That brings about the end of the over. 53 for 4. So just the 1 run. After 19.
Prendergast will continue. Threlkeld on strike. She's 20 from 38 deliveries. Just pushes this one up to very straight mid-wicket. Marie Kelly cutting that off and fizzing it into the gloves of Sarah Bryce. An incredibly energetic and athletic outfit, this Blaze unit. Prendergast, a bit leg side this one, stifled appeal. Run rate 2.74 now. Blaze grinding away. Lancashire trying to stay in the fight. Skipper at the crease, trying to lead from the front. She back foot drives this one. Should take another single here. Well played from the Lancashire skipper. Don't see many back foot drives.
No, it's
Cuts, pulls or regulation drives, front foot drives. Lister back on strike then, yet to score. Facing up to a 9th delivery. Solid block there, but it'll be no run. .54 for 4 in the 20th. All the Prendergast tightening the screw here for the Blaze, as if it couldn't be tight enough. Bangs this one in, and a very late duck from Ailsa Lister. So look from umpire to umpire again there about height, but they're happy with it. Turn on the leg side. It's a bit aerial. Misfield, and then think about taking a single, but you should never run on a misfield. 20 overs gone. Lancashire 54 for 4. Ailsa Lister yet to score from her 11 deliveries. Ellie Threlkeld 21 from 41. Trying to offer some resistance. And
yeah, it's been slow from Lancashire the last few overs. They brought the 50 up in the 16th and now just 54 for 4 and have lost a wicket in that time. The run rate below 3 now, it's on 2.70. Kirsty Gordon Back into the attack, driven by Threlkeld. Should just take the one and will. Gordon just one from her first over. Lister blocks this. 55 for 4. Shout of no. Another dot ball. So Lister, having faced 13, yet to get off the mark. Gordon, left arm spin. Lister will get off the mark now, and potentially with a boundary, it will be 4. It's a good shot from Lister. Beat the fielder and then found the gap.
Yeah, slight drag down from Kirsty Gordon there, just missing a length for the first time. Well punished by Lister.
59 for 4. Gordon continuing. Nudged into the leg side for no run. Lister taking a few steps down the track, but we'll finish with a dot. So 59 for 4 after 21. And that's the first boundary since the 13th over. So quite needed from a Lancashire perspective.
Grace Ballinger just doing some running repairs for Orla Prendergast there on her run up. Bit of sawdust being dropped into a couple of dips just before Prendergast reaches her takeoff. We're all set now. She's in running away from us past the umpire. Cut away from Threlkeld. It'd just be the single though. As mentioned many times over the last few weeks, Kirsty Gordon is incredibly diligent at getting the angles right on this ground here at Trent Bridge. She's also very good at annoying batters by building pressure, limiting boundaries. Lister this time knocking it into that cover point region. She'll get a single. Perhaps got that bit wrong actually, Kirsty Gordon. Could she have brought cover up there and put pressure on Lister? She's got one ball away to the boundary. Instead, she's able to get herself off strike. So 2 off this over in as many balls. The field doesn't change for the skipper Threlkeld. Cut away well behind backward point this time. Third will come round. Georgie Boyce will pick up. They will come back for 2 comfortably. It's a good run-in by the Lancashire pair.
Yeah, that's good running. They need to look for the 2s when they can and potentially even push for a 3. I mean, we saw Lucy Hyam with a great bit of fielding earlier on, making up ground where there could have been a 3, but credit to the Blaze fielders.
Push back by Threlkeld. No run.
.63 for 4.
Prendergast bit full outside off stump and check drive from Ali Threlkeld. She can't get it through extra cover. Georgia Elwis doing the fielding there. Prendergast just strays onto the pads and Threlkel just tickles it into the leg side. Lucy Hyam coming round from deep square leg, does the fielding, prevents the second. A more profitable over there from Lancashire and done without much alarm, just knocking the ball around, putting the bad balls away. In fact, not even bad balls, just working the gaps. It's the kind of temperament that Lancashire are going to need if they're able to build a score here and put some runs on the board. 64 for 4, 22 overs gone, 28 remain.
Gordon ready to bowl her third. She's only gone for 6 runs from her first 2 overs. Threlkel starts with a forward defensive.
So what's 5 and over from here? Another 140. That gets us to 204.
Threlkel works this into the leg side, does beat the diving fielder, so they'll be able to run through for 1. Yeah, I mean, I think Lancashire would be happy with 5 and over at this level.
But it just shows that 200 is a long way from here at 5 and over when they're currently going at 2.9.
Lestral waits and pushes this into the offside. Will scamper through for 1. It's actually quite gentle in the end.
Singles have been a bit easier in the last couple of overs though, haven't they? So that can help the run rate go in the right direction from a Lancashire point of view.
Yeah, they had a few overs where it was just 1 or 2 and over, and it's been back-to-back 5 and overs. Swing and a miss. A few hands on heads.
It's the first false shot we've seen from Ellie Threlkel, who's been very measured in a 50-ball state so far.
Gordon in. Threlkel having to rock back, and we'll just find Georgia Elwes. 66 for 4. Run rate still below 3 and over. Threlkel beats the hand of Kirsty Gordon, so we'll get 1. And that will wrap up the over, so just 3 from the over.
67 for 4 from 23. I think we're going to see another change from the Radcliffe Road end. We're going to see Cassidy McCarthy come back. So Prendergast has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket, including 26 dot balls out of her 36 deliveries.
Not too bad at all.
But it's Cassidy McCarthy who's going to come back. Incredible first spell up from her in the power play. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15. Including a rip snorter that got rid of Gabby Lewis, knocking her middle stump out the ground. She's on her way now. Right arm over the wicket and juices a play and miss. Slight false shot there from Ellie Threlkel, just feeling, not sure whether to cut it or drive it. Full toss, driven hard up the ground. It's going to beat everyone. Great shot from Threlkel. Yes, it was a low full toss, but it needs putting away, and it was hit and driven incredibly hard there. Went through the legs of the bowler. No stopping that from mid-off and mid-on.
Yeah, that's exactly what Lancashire have to do. Just pick out the loose deliveries and punish them. That was a nice shot from Threlkel.
McCarthy and again adjusts the length and pushes Threlkel back in a crease, who has to just knock this into the offside for no run. You've always got that in the back of your mind, haven't you, as a batter facing Cassie McCarthy, she's got that one she can bang in, just keep you on your toes. Seeing to get rid of Seren Smell with that short delivery earlier on. She's in now and does bang one into the surface. It doesn't get up, but Threlkeld has to take evasive action. And then also in the back of your mind, you've got that she can pitch it up, rip your front pad off, or rearrange your furniture. So, incredibly dynamic bowler, developing in front of our eyes here in Cassie McCarthy. Real breakthrough year for her, hasn't she? She's really grasped that new ball and led this attack with Grace Ballinger. She's full and well driven from Ellie Threlkeld. They're going to come back for two. A little bit of hesitation, but they will get back comfortably in the end. Well fielded out on the boundary by Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with McCarthy, not only today but across the season. As you say, a bit of a breakout season for her.
Strays onto the pads this time of Threlkeld, who's happy to just turn it around the corner for another single. She moves on to 35 now from her 58 deliveries. Lancashire 74 for 4 from 24. As the sun comes out again. Just in time for the drinks break in 1 over. It's hot tea all round, isn't it? It's a bit chilly.
Yeah.
The end of my nose is a little bit cold.
Yeah. Yeah, hot tea, warm squash, anything like that it is. It's definitely September cricket. It's definitely how I felt the last week. Actually, last Tuesday it was lovely and warm for the Blaze against Durham, and then after that I sat in the rain in Sale, and then very chilly up in Durham as Kirsty Gordon's back into the attack. Starts with a dot ball. It's felt a lot more autumnal this week. Threlkeld drives down the ground for no run, 74 for 4. Threlkeld 35 from 60. Lister at the non-strikers end, 6 from 18. Run rate creeping above 3 now. Threlkeld leans back and pushes this into the offside. I am coming in to do the fielding. Good arm. We'll just take 1, so 75 for 4. Lister, I like to Threlkeld uses the offside and finds a boundary. We praised Hyam on how fast she is across the ground, and she did what she could, but that was well placed by Lister. She moves to 10 from 19. Gordon in again. Worked into the leg side, a quick shout between the pair, safe in the end after a misfield. 80 for 4, so suddenly a much more productive over. 1 ball still to go. Threlkeld now on strike as Gordon's interaction driven down the ground. We'll finish with a dot, so 80 for 4, 6 from the over.
And it's time for a little drink.
Drinks breaks for the players, 80 for 4 at the halfway stage. So definitely below par at this point, and I'm sure Lancashire will be thinking they need to get a bit of a move on. Empire's just having a look at Elsa Lister's bat. See Sue Redfern. Looks all good.
Sue will be going, what's one of them? I used to bowl, me. Yeah, runs haven't been easy, have they? The pitch was a little bit tacky early doors. The ball did a bit through the air and off the surface. So runs haven't been easy to come by. But it's certainly not a 4 down scenario they should be in. Lancashire have relinquished a couple of cheap wickets, really. They've also had a couple of batters being gotten out as well with some good bowling. So Lancashire would be happy even if it was 80 for 2, but that wicket column being 4 will be a concern for them. But it's how they finish. It doesn't really matter what order they get the runs in. It doesn't matter how they get them in the end. It's a semi-final, it's a knockout game. Although at 33 for 3 in the power play, or at the end of the power play, you know, the statisticians, the analysts that work in the game would suggest that you can go a long way to losing a game being 30 for 3 in the power play. But Lancashire have got other ideas, with Ellie Threlkow coming to the crease, who's looked very tidy so far. She's 36 not out from her 62 deliveries. She's been at the crease for almost an hour now, 58 minutes in total. Boundary count is at 9 boundaries in the 25 overs. That's really helped to stem the run flow. And as you mentioned, Polly, is it 3 threes been scored now? It was 2 a while ago. I don't know if there's been one more since. Or 2 more since. You'll stand me corrected in a minute.
It's 7 twos, no threes.
Right.
Yeah, that was the... Yeah, so when I looked, it was 2 twos. So they've added 5 more twos. So that's something in now 9 fours.
So if you're just joining us, the rain has disappeared. The sun has come out in the main here at Trent Bridge. We've started on time, 50 over game. It's a knockout. Metrobank One Day Cup. The winners proceeding to the final at the Ageas Bowl on Sunday, where they will meet the winners of Hampshire and Surrey. Hampshire, of course, finishing first in the table. Surrey finishing 4th. Comfortably 4th in the end, really.
Yeah, it was a comfortable win, but they made it difficult for themselves. They could have qualified earlier, but took it down to the final day against Durham, and I think that Surrey-Hampshire matchup will be really interesting. It's obviously down at the Utilita Bowl, so where the final will be played.
I keep calling it the Ageas Bowl.
Oh, I mean, it changes names every time. It's now Utilita Bowl.
I stand corrected and apologise to all the marketing
sponsors
people.
won't be happy about that.
I'll call it the Rose Bowl, and its original
Yeah.
name. It's at Southampton, nevertheless.
I think technically in certain situations it's known as the Hampshire Bowl.
Is it?
When they can't have the sponsor name.
Yeah.
So you can call it whatever.
Right. We're back on from the Radcliffe Road end. It will be Cassidy McCarthy to continue. She's 2 for 22 from her 6, picking up those 2 wickets in the power play. This is the second over of her second spell. She bangs this one in, and it's uppercut from Elsa Lister. She's going to get it down to 3rd, and they'll come back for a second. Still feel for Cassidy McCarthy, just pitching it up, trying to hit that hard length, and then using that short ball every now and again so she doesn't become too predictable. Runs have got it a little bit easier in the last few overs. She's fuller this time, well driven from Lister. There's a bit of a fumble from George Railway, so they'll get through for a second. She then fizzes it in frustration, and Cassidy McCarthy ends up on the floor. So Lancashire trying to build a comeback here. This partnership worth 31 from 48 deliveries, so slowly but surely that run rate getting back up above 3.28 now. Has been down as low as 2.7 down the leg side. Signal wide by Rose Dovey. Another single to the Lancashire score.
Yeah, the biggest partnership of the game so far is 23 between Clark and Threlkeld, 20 between Clark and Lewis.
Back on the money this time, just pushing Threlkeld back into a crease. And we've got some serious sun for the first time now. Glares off the screens and the windows. McCarthy's in, and lovely square drive from Threlkeld. It'll just be one. Very nice, attractive shot there. Threlkeld's just got to take every run that's on offer, just slowly but surely mount a score for the Lancashire women. Perhaps gets that 35-40 over mark and then create a springboard to go a bit harder. Turn around the corner this time. Kirsty McCarthy not quite getting a consistency right in this over after drinks. Saw how destructive she can be in that first power play. Was a little bit out of sorts, wasn't she, last week? McCarthy's in again and driven again by Threlkeld, who calls yes really early there. Outstretched. Georgia always does some good work cutting that off, but they'll get through for the single. So 87 for 4 after 26.
That's good running from Lancashire and good calling by Threlkeld. I think they kind of have to make that decision at this point. Okay, yes, they can sit around and bat out the overs, but if they're not putting any runs on the board and keeping that run rate low, then it's probably not gonna, stick around. Threlkeld 38 from 65. Kirsty Gordon, she's bowled 4 overs for 15 so far. This one pushed into the offside, they'll get 1. Elsa Lister 15 from 23 now on strike. Lancashire 88 for 4. Gordon in again, whipped into the leg side. Again, quick calling by Threlkeld. And in fact, they're going to go for 2. Really good running between the pair. 90 for 4. They know they have to up the run rate to make this a competitive total. Pinged off the bat by Lister into the leg side just for the single. Lister 18 from 25 now. Threlkeld 39 from 66. The partnership worth 39. .91 for 4. Threlkeld plays a straight back to Gordon. Threlkeld nice on the offside. We'll get 1. A threat of an overthrow, but she'll stick with 1. And Gordon now just conceding 20 in her 5th over. Lister on strike, drives that down the ground. I'll run through for a casual single. Now we'll wrap up the over, so 93 for 4. 6 from that over.
Yeah, Lank's just starting to knock the ball around a little bit more, aren't they? And with without any huge overs. The last couple of overs, like you say, have gone for a 6 and a 7. Generally done in 1s, 2s and the odd sundry. I did wonder whether we'd get a change at this end because Casty McCarthy's through 7 overs. If she bowled any more, it wouldn't leave many at the end if she's needed. So we are going to see more spin, this time the off spin of Lucy Hyam. Back in the side after a long layoff at the beginning of the year. Of course, part of that Northern Superchargers victorious team from the 100. Very useful off spin. When she gets it right, she's probably a bigger turner than Kirsty Gordon. Lucy Hyam then, she's in straight away. A bit of dip and a bit of turn there as it hits the inside half of the bat of Elsa Lister. Gives this one a fizz, slightly dragged down. It'd be pulled well in front of square, all the way down to long on. Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, down there. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg also out on the leg side, deep cover on the offside. Fuller outside off stump this time from Hyam. Well driven from Threlkeld. Will thread it through to that deep cover boundary rider. So the 5 in the circle, points just behind square. Very straight extra cover. Mid off on the edge of the circle. Down the track but edged. It's going to go behind square. There's going to be a chase on here as it runs up to the rope on the Stuart Broad end. It'll be cut off. So just the 2. Little shuffle down the crease from Lister there. Hoping to get closer to the ball, but didn't time it, but picks a couple up nevertheless. Hyam once again, played off the back foot, pulled to straight mid wicket where Marie Kelly will do the fielding. Play and miss from Lister. Just got that ball up above the eye line for a moment there, did Lucy Hyam. So she's completed her first over in the game. 4 runs from it. Lancashire 97 for 4 from 28.
Just a little bit more flight on that final delivery, making things a bit more difficult for the Lancashire batters. Threlkeld 41 from 69 and Lister 22 from 31, the partnership worth 45. Spin from both ends with Kirsty Gordon continuing from the Stuart Broad end. She's bowled 5 overs so far, gone for 21 runs. Threlkeld rocks back and tries to pull this into the leg side. Won't be able to get away. 97 for 4. Gordon in again, and this one's pushed down the ground. Good control from Gordon. Threlkeld tries to slap it down the ground, but Gordon with a dive off her own bowling. Threlkeld rocking back. You've seen this shot quite a bit from her. Pushing into the offside. think we have a sub-fielder on. I think we've got Josie Groves on. I'm not sure who in place of yet. Driven by Lister. We'll just take one. Potentially Cassidy McCarthy. I can't see her as of now.
Yep, you're right.
Gordon again and played straight back down the ground for a single. And that'll be the 100 up for Lancashire. 100 for 4. And that wraps up the over.
Yeah, this partnership worth 48 now. The rebuild is on for those Red Rose followers. We try and keep it a little bit balanced here on the Blaze YouTube channel. And we've got 2 residents of Lancashire actually on commentary.
Exactly.
Lucy Heim to continue then. Number 7 on her back. Long on goes out. She's in now. Back foot driven square by Threlkel. Threading it through again to that deep cover fielder. For another single. There's an alarm going off in the background somewhere. So I don't know what that's all about. Hopefully we're not evacuating Trent Bridge in a second because someone's burnt their toast. Pulled away this time from Elsa Lister. She won't thread it through that leg side for a boundary, well cut off by Michaela Kirk. Deep mid-wicket. Fire alarm stopped anyway. 50 partnership up then. Threlkel just happy to keep ticking the score along. Partnership up to 51 from 73 deliveries. So a couple of milestones for Lancashire in the last few moments. 100 up and now the 50 partnership. I am just happy to keep floating it up there, keep teasing the batters, challenge that front pad if she can get one to rip back. Well swept, hard in front of square. Almost too well. Michaela Kirk will mop up at deep mid-wicket once again.
That was a lovely shot in terms of it was just pure muscle. It was power behind the bat.
And then rock back from Ellie Threlkel, who gets it through backward point. Slight misfield, but recovered in the end, just a single. So contrasting styles against the spin. Threlkel looking to give herself room and play through the offside. Lister looking to sweep hard and pull hard through the onside. So 30 overs gone. Lancashire 105 for 4 here. James Carr with Polly Starkey bringing you live coverage from Trent Bridge of this Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final.
105 for 4 after 30. Elsa Lister 25 from 35. Ellie Threlkel 46 from 77. The partnership now worth 53. And that run rate at 3.5, so a little bit higher as Catherine Bryce is back into the attack from the Stuart Broadend. Will be cut off. A diving stop by Orla Prendergast. Threlkel waiting, works this into the leg side, will scamper through for 1. She's keen to push for 2, but yells of weight there. 106 for 4.
The wicket feels like you can't go through a team here. It's not misbehaving at all. Of course it's not, it's a first-class international venue.
Bryce in and through to Sarah Bryce.
So it feels like Blaze are reverting after the early wickets tumbling to just trying to chop and change the bowling, build pressure, variations, lots of dots.
Bryce in again. Into the leg side from Lister. We'll rotate the strike. 107 for 4.
Which is why I think we've seen Lucy Hyam come on. A little burst from Cassidy McCarthy in that second spell, and now Catherine Bryce for a second spell. But I am surprised we've not seen Georgia Elwes.
That's a good point, actually. As Bryce continues, driven down the ground by Threlkeld and will be able to take the single. Yeah, she was effective last week against Durham. And again, just another option that the Blaze have. Lister sends us into the leg side. A very quick single. They won't go for 2 in the end. Yeah, Georgia Elwes 2 for 34 against Durham. Had a decent day with the bat as well. Just shy of a half century. 109 for 4 after 31.
Lucy Hyam handing her cap to the umpire, Rose Dovey, so she's going to carry on. 2 overs so far, none for 9. Dug out by Elsa Lister there. As I am happy to just keep floating that ball up on and around off stump, trying to spin it back into the stumps. I am once again and driven hard and aerially. Doesn't get all of it, Elsa Lister. It's going to land in that vacant area between wide, long off, deep extra cover. Slight false shot there. 2 runs regardless. Extra cover is very tight, so it's slightly low risk what Elsa Lister did there. Stays in the crease this time. Gets just about gets it through. Was a bit late to set off, and then Marie Kelly recovered coming round for mid-wicket and got a throwaway. I think Elsa Lister would have been just about safe. The replay might tell us more conclusively one way or the other. If we get one. Spinners are on, it's hard to get them out. Rocks back this time. It's hit well in front of square. They might think about 2 here, but think wisely, because Catherine Bryce was the one doing the fielding. Quick across the ground, bullet of an arm. So just the single. Swept hard, well in front of square. Bit of work for Michaela Kirk to do. She comes round from deep mid-wicket. Great piece of fielding. Good cricket all round there. Really good forward sweep there from Elsa Lister. She's connected with a couple, hasn't she?
Yeah, that was nice from Lister and a really clean pick-up from Michaela Kirk, firing it back in.
Through the offside again from Threlkeld, gets it way behind square. Orla Prendergast on the chase. She'll pull it up, 10 yards short of the boundary. Lancashire pair come through for 2. And 50 to Ellie Threlkeld. 51 from 82 balls in 82 minutes. Just the 2 fours. Strike rate of 62.2, but a very watchful, mature, pressure-absorbing innings from the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. We mentioned at the beginning of the game how important it will be for her in the middle order. Well, it's been one of the more meaningful innings from Ellie Threlkeld. Big fan of her wicket keeping, and it's actually really pleasing to see her put her batting displays on show today.
A key captain's knock from Threlkeld and has enabled Lancashire to rebuild a bit. 116 for 4 after 32. Catherine Bryce continues. This lofted in the air by Ailsa Lister down the ground. We'll just take one. Lister moving to 32 from 43. So after quite a slow start from Lister, took her a while to get off the mark. She's played a nice innings so far. Threlkeld now on strike. Opts to play this down the ground, but will only find Prendergast. 117 for 4. The partnership worth 65 as Threlkeld works this into the leg side. Quick for a single. Won't take a second. $118 for 4. Really blocked by Lister. Just put her bat in the way to stop that. Scotland teammates up against each other. Bryce in. Driven on the offside by Lister.
Become more and more prevalent, that, hasn't it? There's the Scottish contingent within the domestic game. Irish internationals coming over. We've got a Dutch international as well.
Bryce in and played into the leg side. Just for a single. Yeah, obviously Scotland players have the benefit of just being able to come and play here, not as an overseas player. So that makes things a bit easier in terms of finding a place in the side. And we saw the likes of the Bryces come to Loughborough University and then stick around to play more cricket, and especially with the county system developing, it's such a good opportunity. Obviously Lancashire have had quite a few players, with Ailsa Lister being one. Hannah Rainey, yeah, she's now gone to Yorkshire.
Who won the Tier 2 50 over comp yesterday.
Indeed.
Albeit it was a 20 over game.
Yes, very strange circumstances. But yeah, Hannah Rainey, one of those players as well.
Lucy Hyam to continue. Down the track and well connected this time by Ailsa Lister. Lofted drive over the offside. 4 runs. I've been impressed with Lister. She's swept well. She's come at the ball as well. Not been afraid to get out of a crease against spin. And because of the steady hand of Threlkeld at the other end, Lister's been able to get on with it a little bit, and that's shown in her strike rate. 37 from 47. Driven again hard at Georgia Elwes, who stops that, and they've done well to get through for a single there. Actually, it just ricocheted off Georgia Elwes' leg or boot as she knelt down to get that one.
Yeah, it's really watchful from Lancashire, especially Ellie Threlkeld. She's instigated a lot of those quick runs.
No run this time as Hyam is on the money. Yeah, there's been a nice contrast, haven't they? It's worked really well so far, but a long way to go. They're not out of the mud yet. Rocks back this time, Ellie Threlkeld. We've seen that on many occasions against the spin. Happy to give herself room and play through the offside. Brings Lister back on strike. Turns this one into leg side. Be a bit of a teaser this one, whether they come back for 2. But Michaela Kirk is on the ball, so it'll just be the one. 126 for 4 with 1 ball to remain in the 34th. Sirens going off behind us here at Trent Bridge, as the sun just disappears behind a few dark clouds at the moment. Ellie Threlkeld rocks back again, plays through the offside. Another single to the Lancashire total as they are on the comeback here. Partnership worth 75 now from 100 balls. 127 for 4. 16 overs remain. Might be the end of the Lucy Hyam experiment. She's bowled better than her figures suggest of 0 for 24. Going at a run a ball. We're at a stage of the game where Captain Kirsty Gordon has to have her players out the circle to protect boundaries, so runs will become easier, but they're coming in a controlled manner in the main. It's been the odd boundary ball, the odd good bit of batting from Elsa Lister in particular.
Catherine Bryce continuing. She's gone for 20 runs from her 6 overs. Threlkeld digs this one out and will push for a quick run. 128 for 4.
5 and over from here would get Lancashire another 80. So what does that take us to? 208, so it's slightly going up.
Lister nudges this into the leg side. Won't be able to find a run.
That has to be a minimum, doesn't it?
Yeah,
5 and over
definitely,
from here.
yeah.
Durham got 252, albeit on a different pitch, but I'm trying to compare in terms of the venue and the time of year.
Yeah, and the way that Blaze approached chasing, they just look so confident as this one has been pushed away by Lister. Will be cut off before the boundary, so just the one in the end. And the manner in which the Blaze chased down Durham's total, it looks so comfortable. They lost a couple of wickets, but you always knew whoever was coming in, it was going to be fine. At no point did they look in real danger.
No, well, the top order did the heavy lifting, didn't
Exactly.
they? So they did lose some wickets near the end, but the game and the run rate was well under control by that point.
Driven by Threlkeld down the ground. We'll just get 130 for 4.
The only caveat, 208, if it goes at 5 and over from here on in. Very different bowling attack. Durham's bowling attack to Lancashire's bowling attack.
Very true. Bryce in, and been an edge from Lister, and the chase is on. It will just about reach the boundary before Grace Ballinger can get there. So a 4 from Elsa Lister. 134 for 4 takes her up to 44 from 52. So her strike rate looking a lot better than earlier on in her innings. Yeah, you've got a very different bowling attack from Lancashire. You've got the seam of Cross and Gore opening as Bryce in again, defended straight back to her. You've also got Grace Potts, who can offer some seam bowling, and then the spin options of, Hannah Jones is kind of your frontline spinner, and then you've got Darcy Carter, who'll bowl a bit. I imagine Fee Morris, who she had a bit of a shaky day in Sale with the ball, but I imagine she'll be bowling as well. But yeah, Emma Lamb has been a handy bowler actually for Lancashire, and I think she is their leading wicket taker in the competition. They haven't had that one bowler who's taken a heap of wickets in the way that the Blaze have, with Catherine Bryce and Grace Ballinger before the game placed 6th and 7th in that table.
Yeah, Emma Lamb and Hannah Jones both got 13 wickets apiece. Hannah Jones at slightly better average and slightly better economy rate, but 13 wickets apiece, so big loss from a bowling point of view. Emma Lamb as well as a batting. Change of bowling then from the Radcliffe Road end. We're going to see all the Prendergast again. We did suspect there may be a change at this end. That's come to fruition. 15 overs to go. Prendergast has bowled 6 so far, so she's got 4 left. Blaze have used 6 bowlers so far, so not everyone will complete the 10. Threlkeld can't get that one away. Well cut off by Lucy Hyam at backward point. Great contact there from Threlkeld either side, and it would have been interesting for boundary fielders if they could stop that. Extra pace on the ball now as well with Ola Prendergast. She's in and Threlkeld lines herself up. Can't quite get it through. She plays that with a nice vertical bat. Kirsty McCarthy, she's bowled 7. Catherine Bryce 7. Grace Ballinger 5. Kirsty Gordon 6. So plenty of overs left from a very diverse bowling group as Threlkeld drives this one beautifully on the up. Fantastic contact. And had she threaded that through a gap, it would have been destined for 4. But instead it was straight at Georgie Boyce. Prendergast in, and Threlkeld just went deep in a crease then, tried to force that one. Well fielded by Prendergast off her own bowling. And the 10 other women in orange concurs. There was a applause in unison there in the middle of the bowl here at Trent Bridge. Prendergast in, bangs this one in. Umpire Redfern just conferring with umpire Dovey and signalling 1 short ball in the over.
31 dots so far from Ola Prendergast. It's a fantastic bowling performance.
She's in now. Threlkeld gives herself a bit of room. Prendergast follows her. So the ball's turned round the corner for a single. So that's the end of the 36th. Lancashire 135 for 4.
Just the one from that over in the end. Tight bowling from Prendergast.
Yeah, she's been the real handbrake from a bowling point of view. The thorn in Lancashire's side, stemming the run flow. Kirsty McCarthy, the pick of the bowlers from a wicket-taking point of view, 2 for 29 from her 7.
We're going to see some more of Grace Ballinger. So far, 5 overs, 1 for 17, including a maiden. She'll be returning from the Stuart Broad end.
I can only imagine that Georgia Elwys isn't fit to bowl, because I think just because she offers that medium pace, slight pace off, which would be harder to get away, I suspect that we're probably not going to see her at this stage of the game at all now, with only 14 overs to go.
Ballinger in past the umpire. Threlkeld has to reach out to get bat on it. Beats Michaela Kirk. But will be stopped by Kirsty McCarthy, preventing the boundary. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of the game, it's not a huge problem for the Blaze with the amount of bowlers they have available, and they're fortunate in that situation, and potentially wanting to make sure Elwys is fit for the final. Straight back down the ground by Threlkeld, cut off well inside the ring. 138 for 4. I scamper through for 1.
She didn't quite get hold of that. Threlkeld came off the end of the bat, but she hit it straight as a die. But what we have seen is just a sea change from Threlkeld. Started to give herself a bit of room, started to kind of go a bit harder at the ball.
Yeah, it feels she's moved around a crease a little bit more in the last few overs. And it's probably quite aware of where the score is now and where she'll want her side to be at the innings break. Ballinger in again, slight nudge to backward point by Elsa Lister. 138 for 4.
Solicitor before today, 8 innings, 96 runs, high score of 23. So best performance of the year so far.
Lister pulls this one away. It's going to go between the two fielders in pursuit. That will take her to 48 from 55. Ballinger looking to recover here. Have a response for Lister. This one whipped out into the offside, beats the diving Michaela Kirk, will just about be stopped inside the ring by Cassidy McCarthy coming round, but they do push through for 2. And that is the 50 up for Ailsa Lister from 56 balls, including 5 fours. It's been a really good innings from Lister. Started really slowly and looked worryingly tentative, but she settled into the innings so nicely. And her partnership with Threlkeld has been instrumental in getting Lancashire into this position, recovering from a really difficult power play. 144 for 4. Lister remaining on strike. Can't get this one away, and we'll go through to Sarah Bryce with the gloves. And that will conclude the over. 144 for 4 after 37.
Yeah, very classy knock from Ailsa Lister, Scottish international. Ellie Threlkeld has been the perfect foil for her. The experience at the other end. It's been very metronomic, very calm. Just gone about her business. And what has impressed me about Lister is after that slow start, she's been very authentic, been very dynamic, played some full-blooded shots at times, been good on the cuts and pulls. Has come down the wicket to the spinners. Has even got down on one knee and swept. So very entertaining innings and a very entertaining 50. A good lick as well, 50 runs in 57 balls. By far the quickest batter on show today. All Prendergast to continue. To the skipper Threlkeld, who tries to thread that one behind point but can't get it past Lucy Hyam. My tummy's just rumbled for the first time since breakfast.
Well, we've got a good lunch on the way. I think I mainly said yes to this so I could come have another lunch. It was exceptional last week.
Prendergast in, and Threlkeld gives herself a bit of room. Puts the pressure on mid-wicket, who in the end misfields, and they'll come back for 2. The wicket ends doing for Marie Kelly a little bit there. Who's just stretching out her hips. She, of course, was missing for a couple of games due to injury, so I hope she's okay. Threlkeld on strike. Prendergast in, bangs it in, and evasive action from Ellie Threlkeld. Umpire signals the one short for the over once again. We've seen a lot of that, which is great. We didn't see that 3-4 years ago.
Yeah. I've enjoyed watching all of Prendergast bowling evolve over the years.
She's in now, back of her length, and Threlkeld has to stand tall and turn down the single there because Ailsa Lister is backing up very well at the other end.
I don't know whether it was seeing her bowling so up close when I was over in the Netherlands, but it just felt like she added a little bit more pace to her bowling. And it felt a little bit more exciting to when I saw her probably 18 months ago over in Ireland.
She comes in again, and Threlkeld hits this one high up the ground towards mid-wicket, and this time Marie Kelly cuts that off clean, so there's no run. 1 remaining in the 38th over. Lancashire very much on the rebuild here. 146 for 4. This pair have put on 94. Prendergast in, driven high up the ground. Will she get it through? No, it's cut off well by Kirsty Gordon. Threlkeld again, giving herself room to try and access that ball. Prendergast followed her, which just choked Threlkeld up ever so slightly, but she gets a single nevertheless. Lancashire 147 for 4.
A really good rebuild by Lister and Threlkeld, the partnership now worth 95 runs. But a good over from Prendergast as well. Just 3 from it. She's only got 2 overs left. Grace Ballinger's continuing from the Stuart Broad end. She's got 4 overs remaining. Taken 1 for 26 so far. 24 dot balls from her bowling. Ellie Threlkeld 63 from 103. Is on strike. Goes aerial. Will bounce a few times and find the boundary. Completely vacant area on the leg side.
Just a short arm jab there from the skipper. Just offered a little bit of room from Ballinger, who she's still slightly short to that corner, isn't it? Where Threlkeld aimed, which is going to bring change in the field here. That deep mid wicket's gone out now and is almost more of a cow corner than a deep mid wicket. They've got a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg, so only mid on in the circle on the leg side.
$151 for 4. Ballinger in, straight down the ground from Threlkeld. No run available.
And then just to complete the circle, the offside, mid, off, extra cover, deep cover, backward point, short third.
Threlkeld works this into the leg side. They're scampering through for 1 and they'll settle with the 1, which brings up the 100 partnership between Elsa Lister and Ellie Threlkeld from 127 balls. It's been pretty even match in terms of runs. Threlkeld offering 49, Lister offering 50. Lancashire 152 for 4. Lister pulls this one away, backward of square, and it will go for 4.
Second time in the over, Ballinger's just missed a length, just strayed onto the hip of both these right-handed batters who've been able to pull it away into the leg side. This is one of the dangers we talked about with pace on. Can be easy to get the ball away. Still a good surface here, so there's very little margin for error as that ball gets older.
Lister straight down the ground this time. $156 for 4. Ballinger to wrap up her over. Chipped in the air by Lister. Will evade the 2 fielders. So will just be 1 in the end. Wrapping up the over, 157 for 4. 10 from the over.
Something isn't right with Georgia Elvis. She didn't seem to move that great then when that ball went up. I hope everything's all right with her.
Usually you would see her fully commit, and just the way, she moved and the ball dropped away, it felt a little bit worrying. Of course, the Blaze will be wanting her to bat today, and if they get through to the final, be key then.
She's on the park now, which is encouraging. If she wasn't fully right, then they would certainly take her off.
Yeah, exactly.
Prendergast then going at 2 and over. She's bowled 8 so far. She's going to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Elsa Lister is on strike. She's 55 not out. Facing up now to the Irish international, who runs this off the face of the bat, and short third will cut it off. Grace Ballinger doing the fielding there. Doesn't even get a rest in between overs. Big push here, bit of energy. Volume just risen by the Blaze fielding unit. Wrapped on the pads, going down the leg side this time as Lister goes across that one. Partnership worth 105. And for context, Lancashire were 20 for 1, 28 for 2, 29 for 3, and 52 for 4. So 105 runs coming from a position of 52 for 4. In context, this game is going to prove pivotal. Wrapped on the pads again, going down the leg side. So there'll be no run. Yeah, 105 run partnership is going to be pivotal if Lancashire to get anywhere near a competitive total. 10 overs remain after this one that's coming down from the Radcliffe Road end. Banged in, top edge, gone over the keeper. It's going to run all the way up to the Stuart Broad end, and it'll be 4 runs. You're allowed to use all of your bat. Elsa Lister won't mind.
Yeah, not a textbook or aesthetic shot, but does the job and finds the boundary. 161 for 4, Lister moving to 59 from 60.
More likely to go quite. Tries to turn this one around the leg side. It'll be signalled leg by, just a flick of the pads of the Scottish international. At this stage of the game, you've got to go for that short ball, haven't you? If it doesn't look quite as pretty, then so be it. It says 4 in the book. Just don't look at the wagon wheel. Threlkel back on strike then. 1 remaining in the 40th. Turned into leg side. Well played and placed shot from the skipper. Michaela Kirk will do the fielding. So a single to end the 40th. Lancashire 163 for 4. So Lancashire go hard now. 6 wickets in the 10th. 10 remain. 2 set batters. Can one go? Can both go?
I think
go a bit deeper.
I think maybe continue like this for a couple of overs, and then I think give it something, because yeah, as you say, they've got plenty of wickets in hand, and I think it would just be a little bit premature to maybe go now. But they'll have to at some point, and they'll know they have to, because even if they get up to 208, as we said that as a roundabout figure, that's still not enough, and you know, they want to be looking closer to 230, maybe even 240. It looks very unrealistic, but they'll just have to go for it to try and make this as competitive as possible. Gordon in and worked into the leg side by Ellie Threlkeld for a single.
I think if anyone's going to go hard, it's going to be Lister. She's consistently gone at a strike rate around 90 once she got going and got in. And she's quite proficient against the spin, coming down the track and playing the sweeps. Everyone in on the circle on the offside bar long off.
Gordon, Lister even on this uses the leg side.
It's that stage of the game though where batters have got to go, I think this is what the bowler's going to bowl, and there's the gap, there's the high value area, I'm going to go for it.
Gordon in. Threlkeld leaning back. Doesn't manage to split the fielders. Michaela Kirk getting a hand to it. Now scamper 3 for 1. That run rate now above 4. 166 for 4.
So for example, through the offside here, it's 4 if you can beat the inner circle.
Lister though using the leg side, and it goes for 4.
Or just whack it between the two boundary riders on the leg side.
Each to their own.
But that's her shot, hasn't it? She's played that hard, flat sweep incredibly well. I think we may see Threlkeld try and play Gordon through the offside more.
Gordon in again. Aerial from Lister. It will bounce a few times before falling to a fielder. Just the 1. But a sign that Lister is looking to go hard. She's almost caught up Ellie Threlkeld in terms of runs. Lister's on 65, Threlkeld 71, the now on-strike batter. Into the leg side. Just will take 1. 172 for 4.
Good over from a Lancashire point of view. Just throwing the punches back at the blaze here. 9 from that over. 9 remain. Ballinger's got 3 left. McCarthy 3 left. Bryce 3 left. Prendergast 1, which we think she'll bowl now. Gordon 3 left, and then Hyam 6 left. So plenty of options for the Blaze. Run rate up to 4.2. So if they continue at that rate, they're going to get another 36 runs, which adds up to 208 still. So they have wrestled back the run rate because it was down at 2.7. So there's a little bit of a springboard here to go hard. And I suppose the other thing is, if Lancashire take the momentum into the tea interval, can that count for something when they then throw the ball to Mahika Gore and Kate Cross? All the Prendergast then, she's going to bowl out. Turned into leg side from Threlkeld, who's been so balanced through the leg side, playing with a straight blade and then just flicking the wrist at the end. Just the rhythm and balance of the skipper has been exemplary today. Regardless of who you follow, it's always good to watch good players perform. Prendergast in. Turned into leg side off the hip a Lister there. Casting McCarthy out at deep square leg, doing the fielding. She was off the pitch momentarily. She's back on now. Threlkeld back on strike. Down the leg side, I think there's a little tickle on that. Goes through the keeper, Sarah Bryce. They'll come back for 2. We'll wait to see what the umpire signals here. I think it was off the bat. It was indeed. Sarah Bryce just throwing a head back there. It was very low. Whether it carried or not, I'm not sure. But body language from the keeper suggests it did. Threlkeld waits. Prendergast on her way, steaming in on the pads again. Threlkeld, this time she misses out. Just looking at this replay down the leg side, little tickle. Yeah, it does carry. Just Flicks the underside of the outstretched glove of Sarah Bryce. Not easy. She'll be disappointed. Prendergast in again. Oh, short ball, and Threlkeld just got caught in two minds there as to whether to pull it and then evade it and then stab a straight blade at it in the end, but evaded everything, and it'll go in the book as a dot. 8 overs remaining after this ball, all of Prendergast. 1 for 25 from 9.5 overs. Will become 1 for 26. An incredible return from the Irish international. Brought in as the overseas player for the back end of this campaign. 10 overs, 1 for 26, strike rate of 60 and an economy rate, more importantly, of 2.6. And is the outlier in terms of economy rate in this Blaze bowling analysis so far. So Lancashire 177 for 4 from 42 overs. Got a decent springboard here to get somewhere in the region of 225, maybe 240, somewhere up there.
Yeah, it looks like they can actually make something out of this now. It's been a good few overs from Lister and Threlkeld.
Who's the pinch hitter? Who's going to be the enforcer to come in should a wicket fall? Kate Cross is creative, can ramp and sweep. And
yeah, I reckon they'd bring Cross in. I think Carter potentially, but you know, she is earlier on in her career. I don't think they'd necessarily deploy her in this situation, but yeah, Cross can be quite creative with the bat. Yeah, I suspect they'd stick with the order they've got. Lengthy discussion between Kirsty Gordon and Grace Ballinger at the top of her mark. 1 for 36 from her 7 overs so far. Ellie Threlkeld on 76 on strike. Works us into their leg side. They'll take one and settle with that.
I think Lister's got a licence to go hard here. The comeback of Gordon lasted 1 over.
Lister hoiks this in the air. It should find a fielder. It pops out. Elsa Lister is dropped on 67, 66 even. She now moves to 67.
Somewhat of a collector's item, that, a drop catch from Catherine Bryce. She's so good in the outfield. Hit hard and flat, and it just about carried to Catherine Bryce in the end.
Ballinger in, driven by Threlkeld for no run.
Just looking at the replay here, made up the ground. It was low to the ground-ish, wasn't quite set. See the frustration there because she prides herself on her athleticism and her fielding.
Threlkeld flicks into the leg side again. We'll take 180 for 4.
Big pocket out there where Catherine Bryce is covering as well, and Lister's strength is into that leg side, so will she go again?
Goes in the air, this time on the offside. It plugs in the ground, so won't make it all the way to the boundary. But they will take 2. Lister on to 69, the score 182 for 4. Ballinger ready to wrap up her over. Lister swipes this away. They're going to push for two. Threlkeld's very keen. It's very comfortable in the end.
It's really good cricket because it's such a long way out there straight, and Threlkeld was really on the ball there. Got a bat in, turned round to have a look, and called Lister through. Seemed content on one. And that's going to be huge till the end of the game here for Lancashire, that they try and eke out every run they possibly can. Create pressure on the outfielders, create pressure on the infielders.
Yeah, that's now 18 twos. There still haven't been any threes.
A change of bowling from the Radcliffe Road end, of course. Prendergast has bowled out, so she can't continue. So Catherine Bryce is going to have a go. Don't often see a bowl from this end. Very equidistant, the boundaries on either side today, so it won't make too much difference which end any bowler bowls from, other than a bit of personal preference, of course. So 184 for 4, 7 remain. Mr. Sarah Rice stood up to the stumps, short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on the leg side. Ellie Threlkeld's going to play through the offside. George Rell was cutting that off as she comes round from extra cover. And then the offside field is a very fine short third, a backward point, deep extra cover, a very straight extra cover on the circle, and then long off. Swept hard into the leg side. Won't find the gap though, as Michaela Kirk cuts it off. They'll come back for two. Very, very well run. Was a direct hit from the relay throw, and for a second I thought Sue Redfern was thinking about that, but she was actually just playing with the clicker. I thought she was going to raise a finger, but
just teasing the fielders.
Lister was back. So good running again, turning ones into twos, putting pressure on the outfielders. Catherine Bryce, what answer has she got? Down the track, driven hard. Diving stop from Georgia Elwes, moving better on this occasion. I think she's sick of the ball following her. Great stop though. So just the one this time. Brings Threlkeld back on strike. She's 79 from her 119 deliveries thus far. Gives herself room. Just threads it again through the offside. Happy to take the single. Interesting that mid-off came up into the circle there. Threlkeld perhaps trying to give herself room to go over the top there, but has to check a drive in the end. So Lister back on strike, long off, goes back out. Square leg comes in. She goes across a straight one there. I think the appeal is for LBW. Umpire Dovey not interested.
You had both Bryces very keen, particularly Sarah Bryce, behind the stumps.
It looked like she just shuffled across to the offside, and she was probably outside the line. As Bryce is in again, down the track, slices this one. It's just going to fall in front of Georgie Boyce at backward point. They'll come through for another single. That's the end of the 44th. Lancashire 190 for 4. Things getting tasty here at Trent Bridge. Lancashire were in the wars in the first 10-15 overs, reduced to 52 for 4. But since then, Ailsa Lister joined Ellie Threlkeld at the crease, and they've put on 138.
I've been so impressed with this pair. I mean, Lister now pretty much going at a runner ball, and then Threlkeld at the other end, a more measured innings, but she's on 80 from 120, and they have essentially saved this game for Lancashire. What, you know, it looked like they could be bowled out for a measly total, or just really struggle to even get to 150, 160, but they're pushing 200, and it should be a total, we suspect, maybe definitely above 220, pushing to 230, and maybe even 240 if they can pull out something incredible.
It's the right option there from Elsa Lister. Fielders are up on the offside, so she gets a good contact on that and it gets through. It's 4. They're going to get just the run from it in the end.
Kirsty Gordon in again, attempted sweep by Threlkeld, but signalled a wide by the umpire. 192 for 4. Chipped into the leg side. They'll take 1. They're going to look for 2, but they're going to stick with 1. Leicester on 76, Threlkeld 81.
Deep extra cover going out now as well. So we've got a cover point, a backward point, a short third on the offside. Slightly unconventional, this.
Lister moving around in a crease and pushes it into the offside in the end.
Kirsty Gordon's happy to just try and hang the ball as wide outside off stump for Elsa Lister to just stop her playing through the leg side, where she's incredibly powerful, can access the leg side boundaries.
Gordon in, Threlkeld chipping this into the leg side. Immediately looking for 2, but they'll have to settle for 1 despite their urgency. 195 for 4. Leicester on 77, Threlkeld on 82. The partnership worth 143. That run rate has gone up as this one's attempted to hoik it round the corner, and it's hit Sarah Bryce, who looks a bit sheepish. It's hit a ram, I think, and just having a laugh with Elsa Lister. You don't want to be absolutely whacked by Elsa Lister. She has got some muscle behind her. I'm sure that would hurt. Gordon in. It's another wide. 196 for 4.
See what Gordon's trying to do here, though. Trying to stop Elsa Lister playing on the leg side.
Gordon in again, chipped in the air. Well, fall short of a diving Georgie Boyce.
Just gone flat a bit, the Blaze in the field. That was poor. There was 3 fielders in very close proximity there and a wicketkeeper that could have gone for that in the end. Georgie Boyce was left to go on it on her own and just didn't make up the ground in time. The Blaze will not want to go in to the sheds at the interval, having put a poor display in the last 10 overs and undone some of the hard work in those first 20 overs or so.
Yeah, Elsa Lister dropped on 66 and 78.
Catherine Bryce will continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Elsa Lister is on strike. This one's driven through the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. It's gone to the keeper's end where Elsa Lister will get back safely. So 2 more well ran by the Lancashire pair. This is where the Blaze have just got to clear their minds here and just play each ball as it comes, not let a drop catch or a misfield affect them. Stay in the present. Bryce is in. Bit of a shuffle across to the offside. And ends up going off the toe of the bat. Kirk is in the game here. She's just come in about 8 yards off that boundary, but this time she goes through the offside. Beautiful shot. Not seen too many through the offside, but that is probably the shot of the day in Elsa Lister's innings. Shuffled down the track, gorgeous shot through extra cover. And a 5th wicket partnership now passes 150, 151 in total from 169 balls. Very, very classy rebuild this has been from this pair. 84. Elsa Lister goes past a colleague and captain Ali Threlkeld with that shot. Takes a single on this occasion. It's a bit of momentum just swaying back towards the Red Rose of Lancashire. 204 for 4. 26 balls remain in this innings. How many can Lancashire get out of it? Threlkeld square driven, doesn't get it through. Georgie Boyce at backward point, good parry, but it's a single nevertheless. It's almost tip and run now from the Lancashire pair, isn't it?
They're definitely at a better stage than we first envisioned in the, I guess, after the power play.
Driven hard up the ground again. Be one this time as long off will do the fielding. All the Prendergast stationed out there. So Catherine Rice gets out the over there with a single. So Lancashire 206 for 4. They're up to 4.48, which is a miraculous recovery from where they have been in this batting innings. Elsa Lister 86 not out from 85 balls, striking at over 100 now. Ellie Threlkeld, who's been the heartbeat, just the metronomic rhythm of the innings and this rebuild. 83 from 123 deliveries and a captain's knock. 4 overs remain.
Ballinger will be returning from the Stuart Broad end. 1 for 43 from her 8 overs. Lister on strike. Wide to start the over. $207 for 4. Ballinger in. Lister leg side again, nicely swept, and it will find the boundary. Lister moves to 90. Score 211 for 4.
Getting into very remarkable territory now. Elsa Lister scored 96 runs in 8 innings before today. She scored 90 at Trent Bridge in 1 innings today.
Little edge from Lister, and that should be 4 again. It will be 4. She moves on to 94 from 87.
She's 2 away from doubling her runs for the year in the Metrobank One Day Cup. What a time to turn up. At 52 for foul. This game looked very different.
215 for 4. Lister drives. Oh, scamper a 1 with a misfield inside the ring.
going to give you a bit of homework between overs because you're the oracle. I'm going to find out what Elsa Lister's best score in List A cricket is.
And Durin chipped in the air. 217 for 4. Ballinger continuing, and there's a shout. Sue Redfern doesn't move.
Ballinger pleading with umpire Redfern, but it looked very leg side to the naked eye to me. Angle from round the wicket.
Lister down the ground will just take one. She moves to 96.
Lancashire 2-1-8 for 4. 3 remain. Approaching 1:30 mark on this Tuesday afternoon. Ailsa Lister 96 not out, on strike. It's going to be a change of bowling. Kirsty Gordon will come back into the attack. She's got 2 left. She's none for 40 from her 8. Deep extra cover and long off are out again. Down the track and stumped. 4 short of 100. Mooted celebrations from the Blaze because they know they'd lost a little bit of the momentum. Ellie Threlkeld, the skipper, goes over to a teammate and pats her on the back and tells her what a great job she's done there. She's hanging her head at the moment in a little bit of frustration, but it's been an incredible knock from Ailsa Lister. 107 minutes stay at the crease, 91 balls for her 96 runs, including 11 fours, and striking at 105, which is very much out of kilter with how everybody else has batted. She's taken the game to the Blaze, and as she approaches the...
It is cruel. It felt unfair that she had to go 1 shot away from a century, but a fine innings, and as we've emphasised, just so important. And as you say, her strike rate just guiding Lancashire to 218.
It's very selfless though as well, because there's 3 overs remain and she still continued to go hard, which comes with risk. She could have just patted the ball back and just took singles and got to 3 figures. So very selfless as well. And also a bit of credit to Kirsty Gordon, who's tried to throw the ball wide of off stump and cut the leg side play out of her game, which in the end has yielded the wicket with a bit of turn and a good stumping from the wicket-keeper Sarah Bryce. Lancashire 2-1-8 for 5 now then, and Kate Cross, we've got all formal then. Kate Cross is at the wicket. Going to cut it away and she's off the mark. Tuesday, Sunday, same thing, isn't it? Yeah. We'll stick with Kate. So Kate Cross carving that one away. She gets off strike, brings her skipper back on strike. Gordon's in, shuffle to leg side, struck on the pads, well outside off stump. Can't give them out. Once again, Threlkeld trying to be creative for the team cause, trying to get every run they possibly can. Down the track, gives herself room, going to get it through the offside. Has she got enough of it? Lucy Hyams in pursuit. It's in vain. It's gone to the boundary, so 4 more to the Lancashire total. Anta Ellie Threlkeld. She's on to 88. Lancashire on to 223 for 5. Good use of the feet there. Just open the blade a little bit. You beat that infield. It runs away quickly for 4. 2 left in this Kirsty Gordon over. Threlkeld facing up. Gets good contact to this well behind square. The chase is on again. Cassidy McCarthy doing the work. Great diving stop. Flicks it back as well. They're going to come back for 3 comfortably. Great piece of fielding out there. Working in pair with Marie Kelly, I think it was.
First 3 of the game, and as you say, a lovely bit of fielding. The flick back whilst diving. It's almost a recipe for disaster. You could just throw it the other way over the boundary. But a good bit of work out there.
Kate Cross facing up to Kirsty Gordon. Just knocks this one back. And that's the end of the 48th. Lancashire 226 for 5.
$208 looked hopeful at one stage, but now 240 looks possible.
It's competitive, isn't it?
And I think you make a great point about momentum, and the momentum that Lancashire have managed to gain in, I guess, well, since this pair, Ellie Threlkeld and Elsa Lister managed to pile on so many runs, and you could just see the mood kind of change in the field as Lister kept finding the boundary on the leg side. Ballinger to bowl her final over, 1 for 55 so far. Lister pushes this into the offside. They're going to look for 2. They're going to have to quickly sprint. It's going to be close. And it'll be out. Ellie Threlkeld run out on 91. She lies down at the crease, defeated. 2 frustrating dismissals for Lancashire. For both their batters in the 90s who have been instrumental and vital at the crease, but it's a sad sight to see Threlkeld walk off covered in dirt after a full-length dive to try and get back.
It was the right option though, wasn't it? It was always going to be a tight 2, and it was a great throw and a great retrieve from the keeper. It had to be perfect, and it looked like Threlkeld was about a foot short, so it was a risk that was worth taking, I think, at this stage of the game. And once again, selfless cricket from another Lancashire batter that's sacrificed themselves close to a milestone in the name of trying to get as many runs for the team as possible and stay in this Metrobank one-day cup battle.
Yes, very sacrificial. Darcy Carter now coming to the crease, another Scotland international. Came through the Kent pathway, but for the last season has been up in the northwest with Lancashire. 31 Scotland caps as it stands. Ballinger in, Carter edge.
I know she's actually quite a correct batter, and she got a few runs last week, didn't she? A bit of rearguard action with Kate Cross. Darcy Carter is the chosen one.
Lancashire 227 for 6. Cross sweeping and sends it for 4. Really fine.
That was brilliant batting. She knew if any bit of contact there, it runs away with the pace of Grace Ballinger's bowling, either side of the short fine leg fielder. Smart play from a very experienced cricketer in Kate Cross.
Cross moving around a crease. Doesn't make contact. 232 for 6.
She's fancying that leg side, isn't she? My only criticism would be Grace Ballinger had to go further and wider then, didn't she? And perhaps if she'd read that, she could have maybe gone inside out over the top of the offside. But that's why I'm up here and she's down there.
Ballinger in. Cross aerial on the leg side will fall short of the fielder, but they'll just take the 1. Cross keen for a second. Darcy Carter sends her back.
This is effectively a free hit now for Darcy Carter. I know she doesn't want to walk off out, but in pursuit of as many runs for Lancashire as possible, this is effectively a free hit with the wicket still in the 10 and 1 over after this delivery.
Carter pulling away on the leg side, won't find the boundary. We'll get the single. And that brings the end of the over. So 234 for 6.
One over remain then. Looks like Catherine Bryce is going to bowl it from the Radcliffe Road end. If you're just joining us, we've had one heck of a battle here at Trent Bridge. Lancashire were reduced to 52 for 4. Before an incredible partnership between Elsa Lister and the captain, Ali Threlkeld. They've both been disip that has got Lancashire back in the hunt here. Catherine Bryce then to Darcy Carter, who inside edges this. They're going to just squeeze through for a single. Kate Cross was on a bike. She gets through. More experienced player. She want to take as much of this strike as possible. Over 2,500 viewers on the YouTube stream here. Thanks for joining us. Cross gives herself space there. Doesn't quite get it through Georgia Elwes. It's a single nevertheless. Yeah, over 2,500 people on the stream. Bryce in, driven hard up the ground. It was just fall short of long gone. Lucy Hyam doing the work out there. Another single. Have Lancashire got 1 or 2 more blows left in them? Or have Blaze got a wicket to take a bit of momentum into the 10? 3 balls remain. Cross on strike, tapping a bat. Bryce in, shuffles across, hits her on the pads outside the line of off stump. Darcy Carter's halfway down the track. Kate Cross says, "Get back down there, young scamp. I'll be facing the next delivery." Let's get more of this. Catherine Bryce into the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Michaela Kirk doing the fielding. Would have been interesting, a direct hit, but the ball was a little bit away from the stumps. So, last ball. Lancashire 239 for 6. Kate Cross on strike. Hit hard up to long gone. They'll come back for 2. Lucy Hyam doing the fielding. Oh, just missed the stumps. They'll come back for 2. So Lancashire finish on 241 for 6. How do you feel about that, Polly Starkey?
Do you know what? A lot more optimistic than after the power play, because Lancashire have done so well to recover the shaky start they had, with Gabby Lewis going early for 9, Seren Smale also out by Cassidy McCarthy, and Alice Clark at the top of the order going for 17. Fee Morris going for a duck, but Ellie Threlkeld and Elsa Lister steadied that ship and really turned things around. Threlkeld out on 92 and Lister out on 96, so painful in the end, and as we've said, sacrificial dismissals by the pair. But I just think Lancashire getting up to 2-4-1, a bit of momentum at the end of the innings, it makes things interesting. It puts them in a position where they can compete, and with the bowling lineup they have, a couple of early wickets, as we saw in that first innings, can just tip the balance a bit and change things around.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. Having seen a lot of the games here at Trent Bridge this year, 275 has been a par score, and that was proven right the other day against Durham, where 252 just wasn't quite enough. The only caveat being that I think the Lancashire bowling attack is a bit better than the Durham bowling attack. But I think it's going to be huge for Lancashire, their power play wickets. They can certainly strangle some of the momentum in that first 10 overs with the class of Mahika Gore and Kate Cross's bowling. And from a Blaze point of view, we know they've got that depth. They can go through the gears. It'll be so important that they can negotiate that power play with as much damage limitation as possible. And of course, as we've seen with the partnership, 166 between Threlkeld and Lister, it did get easier to bat on. And we're obviously going to be coming back at around 2:15 in the afternoon versus 10:30 this morning, where it was a bit cooler and a bit damper. So many things to consider when we come back for the Blaze run chase. But for now, we're off for some lunch, and we'll be back in around 30 minutes time. See you then. Very good afternoon and welcome back to Trent Bridge. James Carr here with coverage of the Metrobank One Day Cup between the hosts Blaze and Lancashire. It's the final push for silverware here in this semi-final showdown before the season ends. For the victors, a place in the final at Southampton on Sunday. If you just join us, Lancashire posted 2-4, 1 for 6 from their 50 overs. It was an innings that ebbed and flowed, and Lancashire went in with a bit of momentum at the interval. Delighted to say Polly Starkey is with us for the duration. Polly, how do you see this second innings going?
I mean, it's set up to be a competitive one and should be exciting. We saw Lancashire really kind of stick out their 50 overs and do well to really recover. It's made it a bigger task for the Blaze, and Lancashire took a bit of that momentum at the back end of the first innings. And I think if Mahika Gore and Kate Cross can have the impact that Cassidy McCarthy and Grace Ballinger did with the ball, take a couple of wickets in the power play and make some inroads, then we could be on for an absolute thriller. Mahika Gore will be opening the bowling for Lancashire from the Stuart Broad end. Took 1 for 55 against Warwickshire, 3 for 25 against Essex. Ellie Threlkell just moving around the field. Seren Smale looking keen in the slips. Gets off the mark immediately, does Georgie Boyce. In fact, they're going to push for 2 straight away. It's a close one, but Boyce is back safely. So intention from the beginning from the Blaze.
Yeah, I'm keen to see whether the new ball conditions have changed from 10:30 this morning, whether there is a difference at all.
Gore in again. There's a shout. Very, very confident shout. Sue Redfern unmoved. The majority of the field going up.
I'm just going to say nothing and just look at the replay because I'm surprised. Oh. It looks like it's pitched on and it's hitting leg. Unless there was a little inside edge. Unless it's slightly pitched outside leg. But from that replay, it looked pretty adjacent.
Gore continuing. Defensive from Boyce this time. I do enjoy watching Mahika Gore appeal though. She's very, very animated. 2 without loss.
What I would say is very different 2 bowlers. I know one's right arm, one's left arm, but Mahika Gore bowls from about 9 foot, doesn't she?
Gore in again. Boyce opting to defend with a straight bat.
And Kate Cross is a pitched up swing it bowler versus Cassidy McCarthy, who's an exponent of swing, don't get me wrong, but has that variation to bang it into the surface as well. So, although we're trying to compare these 2 opening power play bowlers on each side, there's more contrast than anything.
Yeah, they are very different.
It's whether there's the same assistance that Ballinger and McCarthy got at 10:30 this morning versus 2:15 this afternoon.
Boyce works into the leg side for no run. $240 more required for the Blaze to go through to that final. Gore with the final ball of her over, and that's defended for a dot ball. So 2 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, not particularly any shape there. One decked back, the LBW shout, but generally no shape yet. But it just might take a little bit of time for the lacquer to come off the ball before we see prodigious swing, if any. But a bowler that is well known for her exponents of swing bowling is Kate Cross. She's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end. Dealt a huge blow recently with her omission from the World Cup squad. She'll want to finish this season on a high with a red rose on her chest for sure. Big advocate of the professional women's game. Always comes back and plays for her home county when available. She's pushing off away from us now. Right arm over the wicket. Pushes Sarah Bryce back into her crease, who negotiates that with a vertical bat, and there's no run. Well, there's one thing we've learned in the 7 balls so far. They're a chirpy lot so far, this Lancashire crew. I suppose you can do when you've got runs on the board. 240 more to win. As Cross is in again. Play and miss from Sarah Bryce, who struggles to get her feet moving there on the crease. Has to just feel for it outside. Off stump, there's just a buoyant, chirpy, smiley vibe to this Lancashire crew. See Ellie Threlkeld on camera there, just laughing, having a bit of fun with it. Cross once again, straight into line this time, and Sarah Bryce comes down on that nicely as she tucks it into the leg side, but there's no run.
Seren Smell is known for being one of the chirpiest fielders. Certainly during the Under-19 World Cup she was wicket keeping, and quite famously was distracting a lot of the Australian batters in the semi-final, which England did win that game. So not saying it's all down to Seren Smell, but it definitely played a part.
Cross once again. Almost a carbon copy of the ball before as Sarah Rice turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. Just check the field out here. Third and fine deployed outside the circle on the boundary. We've got a catcher in, it's probably a second or a third slip. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, and then almost mirrored on the opposite side with square leg, straight mid wicket and mid on. This one turned into leg side, more square from Sarah Bryce, but it's cut off at square leg, so no run. That's the end of the second. Blaze 2 without loss after 2. No, I've gone early. I've gone early because Kate Cross took a bobble out, thinking it was the end of the over. 1-0 to Cross. So, what will happen with this last delivery? Tucks Sarah Bryce up once again. Now this over. Plays R2 without loss after 2.
An important maiden over from Cross. We saw a couple of them from the Blaze bowlers.
Looks like both bowlers are going to try and bowl very straight and just wait to see if there's any shape with this ball. Whereas we saw the Blaze bowlers kind of bowl with an offside heavy field. This is more of a balanced field on both sides of the wicket.
Still 2 without loss.
More of a regulation first slip for Mahika Gore. Very short, interesting short third fielder in the circle, but that's because you've got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg out on the leg side. Grace Potts there, very in close proximity if it flies off the edge of the bat.
Georgie Boyce on strike. There's a shout from Gore. There's a shout from most of the fielders. And once again, Sue Redfern is uninterested. Thelkeld looks a little bit frustrated. There's been some good early chances though for Lancashire, early shouts at least, which are good signs.
Yeah, I don't think that shout had much going for it. Just flicked the leg of Georgie Boyce on the way through.
Gore again, this one clipped into the leg side. Now scamper through for 1. 3 without loss.
I think some of the chirp as well is because Georgie Boyce obviously played for Thunder or Lancashire, whatever you want to call them. It's maybe just a bit of needle.
Yeah, and then went on loan to Yorkshire, so did like the worst possible thing after that. 3 without losses. Gore continues. Sarah Bryce now on strike. She whips this away. Will be stopped by Alice Clark. Backward point. Can hear the instructions from Ellie Thelkeld. Encouragement in the field. A dead ball, and Gore will head back to her mark. Sarah Bryce finds the gap really nicely. Is racing away to the boundary. Grace Potts in pursuit, but it will be 4. Bryce timing that nicely. The offside isn't vacant. In fact, there are quite a few fielders patrolling that area, but she was able to just bisect the field. 7 without loss, and the first boundary of this innings. Darcy Carter coming in from the boundary on the leg side to field at square. Gore in, and a couple of shouts and gasps from her teammates. And that will wrap up the over. 7 without loss after 3. The Blaze 235 more runs to win.
Kate Cross to continue then. Georgie Boyce just scratching a mark. I'm sure we can pick up from our effects mic lots of noise from Lancashire fielding unit as Cross is in, and a bit of gentle shape away, but Georgie Boyce lines up with that one quite nicely. Cross in and just punched into the offside. It's got through. Backward point. Bit of sloppy field in there. That'll be 2 more to the Blaze. It's difficult fielding on the square here because it runs away quick, because the practice surfaces as well run almost the width of the whole ground, but untidy fielding there. Cross is in and took Georgie Boyce up this time. Looked high and leg side. Not as much going for it as the appeal from Mahika Gore in the first over.
9 without loss.
Bit of a conference now between Kate Cross and the umpire about the ball. Now there'll be another conference between the two umpires. This is why we need a mic on the umpires, what they're talking about. Looks like maybe the quarter seam might be split, or a bit of the seam, string on the seams come away perhaps. No, you got to get on with it, Kate.
Can't be fussy about the state of the ball.
Well, Stuart Broad made a career of that, didn't he?
And he's got an end name after him now,
Yeah.
so it's worthwhile giving it a go.
Cross is in. Driven on the up beautifully by Georgie Boyce. Bit of a hand on it from extra covers. Took the sting out of it. So Elsa Lister will pull it up short of the boundary. 2 more to Georgie Boyce.
Not that Lister's been busy enough already today. $11 without loss.
Cross at the top of the mark. 16 on her back. Running away from us. Right arm over the wicket. And another gorgeous check drive from Georgie Boyce. Gets into the ball there beautifully. Steals a run just wide of mid-off as Elsa Lister, who's been pretty busy in this game so far, has to do the fielding once again. Cross, final ball of the over. Oh, inside edge, evades the stumps, runs down to fine leg. Mahika Gore will do the fielding. And that's the end of the 4th. Plays 13 without loss.
Georgie Boyce 8 from 14, Sarah Bryce 5 from 10.
Got physio on the field now. Cladded with the Lancashire bobble hat. Must be September, eh? I think Kate Cross has got a little complaint with her finger.
$13 without loss. Mahika Gore will continue from the Stuart Broad end. So far, 2 overs, 0 for 7. Has bowled 9 dots.
Smale seems to be staying stationed at slip. Potts has gone down to a conventional 3rd. We do have a fine leg in place as well. Everyone else inside the circle, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Extra cover, point and square leg.
Bryce just defends edge of the bat. $229 to win. Gore in, and she's bowled Bryce. Sarah Bryce has to go for 5 from 11. Mahika Gore with the early breakthrough. We said, could the Lancashire openers do what the Blaze openers managed to do in the power play? And that's one step on the way there. Mahiki Gore is the first Blaze wicket.
Yeah, never looked truly comfortable at the crease, Sarah Bryce, against the bowling of both bowlers, but in particular against Mahika Gore. Gore's looked to bowl very straight, has got one through the defences there. Just looking at the replay if there was any shape. Just decked back a little bit, and Sarah Bryce did stay leg side of the ball, showing all of her stumps. So Sarah Bryce will be replaced by her sister, Catherine Bryce. And what's really interesting in this second innings is we're going to look at the run rate required, and if Lancashire build pressure, that's going to go up. A bit like the Lancashire run rate went up, but we were constantly looking at how low it was. It's such a contrast from the first innings. Although early observations which says there's less shape, both off the pitch and in the air, but perhaps, like I say, it's because we're later on in the afternoon, it's a bit warmer, a bit drier.
Gore continuing after her wicket. That's worked into the leg side defensively. 13 for 1. Yeah, the current run rate below 3 and the required run rate just above 5.
I also don't think there's too much to worry about just yet. You can go through the gears here, go at 3s for 10 and 4s for another, and just slowly climb through the gears.
Gore in again and left outside leg stump.
The real problem is when you don't go anywhere and you lose wickets, and then all of a sudden you're in a right hole, which Lancashire found themselves into, but they did an incredible job of digging themselves out of it. Yeah,
and the Blaze won't want to put themselves in that situation, even though Lancashire were going below 3 and then managed to up it a bit. Blaze will want to avoid that. They'll want to keep it a lot more straightforward. Catherine Bryce on strike. Chips us into the leg side. Looks to go for a single, but will come back. Lancashire loud in the field. Nudged into the leg side again by Bryce. We'll get the single, the wicket of Sarah Bryce, who went for 5.
What were Lancashire after 5?
19 without loss. So not huge margin separating the sides. It was the next over that they lost the wicket of Gabby Lewis.
Really important for Blaze just to play each ball as it comes, not worry too much about what's happened beforehand or what may happen in the future. And if there's a player that can just block out all the noise, it's Catherine Bryce, who's taking strike to Kate Cross. Cross in. Driven beautifully square of the wicket. Opened the face there, Catherine Bryce. Emphatically driven for 4.
Lovely shot. Brilliant work from Catherine Bryce.
508 runs before today for Catherine Bryce. An average of 42.33. Highest score of 70. Cross once again, tidy line this time as Catherine Bryce keeps that one out. It's been a day for high scores, hasn't it? Highest scores of the year for both Threlkeld and Lister. Somebody in this Blaze side has probably got to get their highest score of the year as well to marshal the Blaze chase home. Driven, but slightly mistimed by Catherine Bryce this time. No run. Cut off by Gabby Lewis there. 66 on her back, fielding extra cover. Crosses in and driven again. Slightly more in front of square this time, but too full from cross. Put away beautifully by Catherine Bryce. Pressure valve just released slightly in the favour of the Blaze in this over. Bring about a change in the field as well. So now we're a backward point and a regulation cover as well as that extra cover, so a bit of protection on the offside. And the ball's turned into the leg side where square leg was. They may come back for two here actually. Gore's got a lot of ground to work, and they do.
Yeah, good running, and that's what we didn't really see early on from Lancashire. They did that much better as the game progressed, especially when Ellie Threlkel got to the crease, but trying to maximise those opportunities.
Cross in, and on the money this time, Catherine Bryce bunting it up to mid-off for no run. 6 gone, Blaze 24 for 1. I think Cross had just got to ball one side of the wicket, pack the offside, keep off stump in play, but just bowl channel and build dots. There's not a lot of swing at all. Mahika Gore's got that extra bit of height, which creates a bit more bounce. And looks like she can get it to shape back in off the pitch. And because of coming over the wicket, she's able to bowl a bit straighter.
Mahika Gore 1 for 8 so far. Georgie Boyce playing a miss. Was looking to defend anyway.
That one just went across the right-hander, didn't it? We've seen everything come into the right-handers so far.
Boyce flicking this into the leg side. Great stop by Darcy Carter at square. They do scamper through for 1, which is a really good bit of running, but nice stop by Carter, who was quick to get to the ground. 25 for 1. Bryce working this into the leg side. No run on offer. Ellie Threlkel just saying another wicket in the power play here.
Neat.
25 for 1. Gore continuing. This one driven down the ground by Bryce. We'll just meet Elsa Lister and her fluorescent spikes.
The one real contrast here is the Blaze seem to have been able to line the ball up, hit the ball and bowled first. Home conditions.
Bryce pushes straight to Gabby Lewis, who threatens at the stumps. Still 25 for 1. Straight from Gore, and this has worked into the leg side. It's down to Hannah Jones at fine leg. That will conclude the over, so 26 for 1, 2 from that over.
Required work rate stays around that 5 and over mark. Something to keep an eye on, but perhaps not be too focused at this stage, as the Blaze try and lay foundations in this run chase. Another yardstick would be DLS, but we don't expect any rain given the forecast. But there is clouds around, you never know. And DLS only comes into play at 10 overs. So we're not there yet. Kate Cross to continue. Bryce on strike. Inside edge is going to squirt out into the leg side, and they're going to get a single. A lot of chopping and changing of field positions at the moment. Lancashire perhaps just trying to chase it a little bit. Changing of angles every ball. A bit more regulation for Boyce here. Backward point, standard cover, extra cover. She drives this on the up through mid-on for no run, well fielded by Grace Potts. It's a very wide slip. What would you say? There's about a third or fourth slip. Third man, backward point, extra cover, cover, mid-off. So it's an offside heavy field now for Georgie Boyce. Fine leg mid-wicket, mid-on on the leg side. Cross is in and beautifully driven, check driven from Georgie Boyce again for no run. So she's striking it well, not always getting the ball away, striking it well nevertheless.
27 for 1.
Cross is in and beautifully worked into the leg side, just a flick of the wrist. The chase is on, but it's going to go over the boundary rope for 4 runs. So Cross straying onto the pads there, perhaps chasing the LBW. And Georgie Boyce dispatches anything too straight and full. 31 for 1. Blaze steadily negotiating this power play. Just the one casualty so far, Sarah Bryce. Boyce just stands tall and keeps Cross out this time. Of course, former colleague at Lancashire Thunder in the regional series. Sarah Bryce, as I mentioned, the one casualty bowled Mahika Gore for 5. Lancashire should be happy with another wicket in this power play. As Cross is in, driven, can't thread it through though. Darcy Carter doing the fielding. End of the 8th, Blaze 31 for 1.
Catherine Bryce, 13 from 15. Georgie Boyce, 13 from 21. At this stage, Lancashire 28 for 2. Had lost the wicket of Smale and were about to lose the wicket of Morris. So the Blaze in a slightly better situation as Gore is continuing from the Stuart Broad end. A couple of shouts. Mainly Gabby Lewis, who had a hands up in the air.
Boy, I must compliment you on that as well. And I don't do it, not because I'm lazy, but because I couldn't read my own handwriting. But for the viewers, in the commentary box, what Polly does is she records the score and makes notes at the end of every over of what's going on, and then does this fantastic comparison in the second innings.
Gore in, and this has been whipped away by Catherine Bryce. Grace Potts doing the fielding. Deep backward point.
Whereas with me, I just click around on the computer trying to find things out.
I like the visual comparison, especially when you can see wickets falling. You can see, oh, has there been a bit of a collapse, or there's been a huge gap without wickets, but won't find a run. 32 for 1.
Georgie Boy's 10 innings before today, 162 runs, an average of 18. Slightly distorted because she's batted up and down the order, as we mentioned back on Tuesday. But bags of talent.
Boyce 13 from 22. This one guided into the leg side straight to Kate Cross at mid-on.
There's lots of chat between keeper and batter Georgie Boyce. I'm sure it's all within the spirit of the game, but Threlkeld more than happy to let Boyce know that she's there.
I think we need more chirpiness in women's cricket. I think introduce it more. Gore in, whipped into the leg side by Boyce, running down to fine leg. 33 for 1.
Yeah, I think we see more of it in the international game, don't we now?
Yeah, well, the Aussies mainly.
And franchise cricket
That is true.
to a degree.
Catherine Bryce pulling this one away. It's going to go for 4 on the leg side. Darcy Carter nowhere near it. That was nice from Bryce. 37 for 1 after 9.
As we saw in the first innings, you miss your length, you get punished square of the wicket. We saw that there with Catherine Bryce. Unless it's an intentional bouncer, which that wasn't. You really do have to get the ball pitched up on this track. Catherine Cross will continue. Catherine Bryce has done her stint with the ball. Georgie Boyce to face Cross. Playing a miss. Hint of shape from Cross there. Gone back to a more balanced field. 5-4 field for Cross. Boyce tapping a bat. Oh, leading edge. Return catch for Cross for 2. And as that call from behind the wicket, get another wicket in the power play, was the call from Ellie Threlkeld. Well, it's happened. So Georgie Boyce, having looked pretty good, striking the ball well, has to go for 14. Looked like that one just held up in the surface slightly. Boyce going across the line, just turning a face over the bat. Leading edge.
The Blaze 37 for 2. Orla Prendergast coming to the crease. Second wicket in the power play. Catherine Bryce 18 at a runner ball.
If there was ever a time for the overseas to stand up, it'd be about now at 37 for 2. cross into Prendergast. Forward. Solid defence. All Prendergast 7 innings. Best of 67. 95 runs at an average of 32.
Was good with the ball this morning, 1 for 26 from her 10 overs. So by far the most economical of the bowlers.
Crosses in and hit on the pads. Finger goes up, Prendergast goes for a duck. Second ball. And the Blaze are reduced to 37 for 3. And how different the Blaze scoreboard looks as we approach the end of this power play.
Bit of deja vu as the third wicket falls in the power play. It makes this game just have a little bit of an edge to it. We knew it could be competitive with Lancashire pushing up to 2-4-1. But now with 3 wickets gone and that third wicket being a duck on both occasions, the innings are slightly mirroring each other. Lewis, a little bit uncharacteristic in the field. She didn't bowl, so we sense maybe a slight injury or just being cautious.
What an over from Cross so far. Dot wicket, and there's 2 balls left in this over. Georgia Elwis takes strike. She's forward and there's no run. Elwis 488 runs at an average of 61. One of the best performers, consistent performers in the domestic game. Incredible accumulator. Comes that cross with this one just to try and settle the line and length of the England and Lancashire bowler. That's the end of the first 10. Blaze, it's 37 for 3.
2 wickets in the over. At the same stage, Lancashire were 33 for 3. So really not much separating the sides.
I'm going to make an admission. When we went down to get a coffee, I did say, and it wasn't wishful thinking, because I'm paid by the Blaze, but try to be balanced. I did say Lancashire's best hope was obviously power play wickets and getting the likes of Georgia Elwis in early and putting pressure on her to get the bulk of the runs because of how powerful this Blaze batting lineup is. Well, that's certainly happened for Lancashire thus far.
Gore back into the attack, driven by Catherine Bryce. It will be a boundary. It's a lovely stroke from Bryce. Moves her on to 22. Just a textbook drive, really.
This game isn't half keeping us on our toes. Kate Cross looked to struggle at the beginning for rhythm, and Mahika Gore looked brilliant, and now it's completely changed the other way.
Bryce leans back and defends that one. Yeah, the ebbs and flows of the game we've already experienced quite a lot just in the power play. Blaze with 201 more runs to get. 41 for 3. Bryce straight down the ground into the hands of Mahika Gore. Elwis at the non-strikers end, trying to get warm. Bryce taps a bat. Goes in. This one pushed out into the offside. It's heading towards the boundary and it will be fought. Seren Smell tried to make up the ground to prevent the boundary. But once again, a nice shot from Bryce.
She just has this knack, Catherine Bryce, doesn't she? Of threading the ball through the gap, opening the face, making it go squarer, just teasing the fielders. That boundary line has come more square now, and what you'll see is a hit it through straight to cover.
Bryce, a flail of a bat, but it goes through to Threlkeld. Gore does turn around to tentatively ask the question, a bit hesitantly, but as expected, Sue Redfern says no. 45 for 3. Bryce defensive, and that will be the end of the over. So 11 overs gone and still 45 for 3. Catherine Bryce 26 from 24 and Elwes yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's all happening here at Trent Bridge. Cross is going to have another over. This is an interesting tact in itself, that they're bowling beyond the power play, because of course the more they bowl now, the less they can bowl at the end. I've just had another look at that Ola Prendergast dismissal. I'm showing it to you, Polly. You tell me what you think here. We'll come back to it in a minute as Cross is down the leg side, and this will be signalled a wide. Just showing Polly a slow motion version of it, and I'm going to speed it up. Just look at the reaction as well of the batter. Was there perhaps a side edge on that? Crosses in, check drive from Georgia Elwes, who's yet to score, although she's only faced 3 balls so far. Just the way the batter reacted as well and threw a head back. Looked like maybe an inside edge. If not, it's decked back and missed the inside edge, but perhaps explains all Prendergast's body language after the dismissal. Blaze 46 for 3. Elwes check drive, no run. Yeah, that's one I might stew on later. Just have a little watch over it about 1,000,000 times. I do like playing umpire. If I don't actually want to go an umpire, but I like. And if I get it right, I feel like an absolute genius. Well, we've got our windows open, haven't we?
Yes.
The effects mic is high. We didn't hear an inside edge. Elwes down the track, just trying to unsettle Kate Cross, but mistimes that one. It wasn't an obvious sound, is what I'm saying. We'll never know. Or we might know. We'll ask Ola afterwards, perhaps. Lancashire rolling the dice here with their experienced seamers into the 12th here. Kate Cross into her 6th, who feeds a back foot drive there, but Georgia always can't get it away. Darcy Carter is being sent out to the cover boundary now to protect this over. Loud, hard tap to the bat from Georgia Elwes. Elwes just opening the face there, but can't get it through. Another dot in this over, gone wide, and then 5 dots. Crosses in and hits Elwes on the pad, looks leg side, umpire unmoved. That's the end of the 12th. Blaze 46 for 3.
Yeah, definitely going down leg, in my umpire opinion.
It's like we've got Hawkeye in here now.
I can barely even see with my glasses, so I don't know what I'm saying. But no, it definitely did look like it was going down leg. 46 for 3. Catherine Bryce, 26 from 24. Elwes yet to get off the mark. Hannah Jones's change.
I think it's a great change this now, because the scoreboard pressure of the wicket column and let's be honest, the run rate isn't huge. So with the fielders being able to go out now, Lancashire will be looking to bowl wicket to wicket, minimise boundary count, and start to build pressure, try and get that run rate to rise.
Hannah Jones took 2 for 46 against Warwickshire, 2 for 33 against Surrey. So has found decent form with the ball over the last few weeks. Bryce on strike. There's a shout from Jones and Threlkel, but Threlkel quick to do the fielding. Driven by Bryce, will be stopped by Ailsa Lister. 46 for 3. Bryce rocks back, pushes this 3 points. I'll just take 1. Bryce on to 27. Georgia Elwes facing Hannah Jones for the first time to date. Nudges this into the leg side backward of square. Racing through for 1. 47 for 3. Elwes now off the mark.
Current run rate 3.79. Required 5.2.
Jones in again. Worked into the leg side by Bryce. Just rotating the strike.
That won't deter these two because they're both such good accumulators. They don't have to force it to accumulate.
Elwes has to dig that one out. That's a great start by Hannah Jones. Just 3 runs from the over. 49 for 3 score.
Will we see a double change? I think we will. It's going to be Grace Potts to replace Kate Cross at the Radcliffe Road end. Potts then to start her spell. Down the leg side, keeper stood up to the stumps, great take, and whips the bails off. Don't want to overbalance there. Such a talented keeper, Ali Threlkeld.
The 50 up for the Blaze.
Potts is in, full and straight. Price just slightly fallen over that, and it comes off the outside, inside half of the bat, and goes to mid-wicket for no run. Potts in on the pads of Bryce, but going down the leg side. This is Grace Potts' second year at Lancashire / Thunder, the first year. She's on her way now, right arm over the wicket, driven on the up from Catherine Bryce. She's going to steal a single to mid-off. Well run.
Yeah, she was the joint leading wicket taker in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, the previous 50-over competition for Central Sparks with 15 wickets.
That's the bit we was chatting before about the migration to counties. That's the bit that for me is the messaging we're not clear on, and I'll come back to it. As Potts runs away from us now, right arm over the wicket and down the leg side. Another good take, stood up to the stumps from the skipper Threlkeld. We had the Charlotte Edwards Cup. What a great player for a competition to be named after. Now it's the Blast aligned with the men's stuff. But do they still win the Charlotte Edwards Cup?
Well,
or is that
I got intel on this because it was actually the T20 County Cup, the Knockout Cup.
Yes.
The actual trophy was the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Change of heart in the end, and the right decision.
And then they got a new trophy for the Blast with the Vitality branding on and all sorts. And then I think they're keeping the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy for the One Day Cup.
But the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy that was presented during that era, as Potts is in, and Bryce is forward in defence, and it's no run, was the Kia Super League Trophy.
Yeah.
So
this trophy's experienced a lot.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an odd one.
Sort it out, ECB, please.
Yeah.
Can we have some clarity on that?
Yeah. There also is with Tier 2, they've got to find new trophies, which when Yorkshire lifted the One Day Cup at Worcester, the lid of the trophy fell off during the lift.
Potts is in, and on the money again. She doesn't seem comfortable, Potts. It's like she's hobbling.
Yeah.
She's not quite comfortable. Walking gingerly away from the umpire, she collects a cap. Blaze 53 for 3. So to be clear, the Kia Super League Trophy was awarded as the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy during the regional era, definitely. But then the second year of the regional game was the advent of the T20 comp, because in the first year, because of COVID, it was only 50 over, and that's when they named that trophy the Charlotte Edwards. They must have had a trophy made for that.
Yes.
So you're saying that's now become the county.
That's the County Cup trophy.
Got you.
Which no one really knew what that trophy would look like, I think, until it was presented to Lancashire. As Hannah Jones is back into the attack, and this one's pushed into the offside by Georgia Elwes. So yeah, these trophies are transcending across eras. Jones once again slightly dragged down, and Price pushes this out. Gabby Lewis running in from the boundary.
Does need sorting though, doesn't it? 'Cause
yeah.
if the FA Cup stopped happening,
could you imagine?
You wouldn't just move it to another comp and
Yeah.
just hand that trophy out, would you?
Defensive from Elwes. Yeah. Also, surely there's some sort of inscription on it. I don't know.
Well, like I said, the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy was just a competition in name. The trophy itself was the Kia Super League Trophy.
Hesitant from Elwes to go for the run, but they scamper for it anyway. 55 for 3. Catherine Bryce now 30 from 34. There's a shout from Threlkeld as the bails are whipped off, but nothing comes of it. So we'll see what trophy is presented in Southampton. I imagine it will be the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy, or the Kia Super League Trophy, as it was formerly known. Jones in, and that's defended by Bryce. .56 for 3 after 15.
That run rate's just creeping up to 5.3 now.
186 required from 210 balls.
Grace Potts will continue. She looked like she had a bit of discomfort at the end of that first over of her spell. We'll see how she pulls up in this one. She's right arm over the wicket and way down the leg side this time. Looks like Threlkeld's took one on the end of the finger there, taking the sting out of the delivery. Mahika Gore does the mopping up at fine leg. So 6 balls remain in this over. 2 added to the score in the sundries column. Conversation between Kate Cross at mid on and Grace Potts. No obvious change in the field, still a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. Plus deep third and deep cover. Potts is in and Bryce has to dig this one out. She's moving really badly here. She's in some discomfort. You don't see this often, do you? And the bowler just carries on. Not in the professional game anyway.
It's a worry for Lancashire as well in terms of the bowling options that they have.
Down the leg side, turn around the corner. Another easy. She's at a canter, but without really drawing any attention to herself.
Yeah, she's just kind of got there nice and gently.
Potts is in, down the leg side again. Wide signalled.
This is a bit of a worry with Potts. She looks in a lot of pain. Jones will bowl 10, Gore will bowl 10, Cross will bowl 10.
It looks like a left foot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It sounds daft, but like she's holding a left foot like she's either pulled a calf or strained an ankle. She's in now, driven straight. It's going to split mid-off and mid-on. Chase is on. Will Elsa Lister be able to pull this back? She won't. It was beautifully weighted, that drive. A tease for the fielders. 4 runs straight as a die from Georgia Elvis.
Yeah, if Potts can't continue, then Darcy Carter and Fee Morris will have to almost make up 20 overs between them. Which...
8 overs.
Yeah, 8 overs. Yeah, if Potts is...
Cut away this time. No run.
So it's possible, but it would not be ideal at all.
No, well, she wouldn't have come into the game with an injury. Surely it's just something that's happened when they've come out to field, because Phoebe Graham was getting her overs in as a non-playing. Square driven this time from Elwes. She can't get it through. Yeah, Phoebe Graham was bowling with Stephen Parry at the interval, keeping her overs and loads up, I imagine. Although Phoebe herself hasn't had much game time, so it's Potts with ball. She's running away from us. Square driven, beautifully opened and threaded from Georgia Ellis. Just be the single though. End of the 16th. The Blaze are 65 for 3.
Bryce 31 from 38, Elwes 9 from 18. A partnership now worth 28 balls. Hannah Jones back into the attack. This one pushed into the offside by Georgia Elwes for a single. Defensive from Catherine Bryce, but in the end can take the single. The ball beating Hannah Jones. 67 for 3. Elwes tapping a bat as Jones in. Nudged into the leg side. They'll take one. Bryce finding the run. They're just rotating the strike now.
I also wonder whether the batters will be aware of perhaps the challenge Lancashire have got of finding 50 overs worth of bowlers.
Yeah, potentially, and just trying to see out the stronger bowlers as this one's defended by Elwes.
Because Hannah Jones' economy rate for the year is 4.48. You'd probably take 44 runs off her 10 overs quite happily here.
Elwes nudges into the offside, but no run. End of the over 69 for 3. Another thing I noticed as well is in the first innings, 7 extras from the Blaze. Already Lancashire 6 extras, those 6 being wides. And we're still in the earlier stages of the game.
How many of them are from Potts? Because she's clearly struggling and that's affecting her action, isn't it? I think Potts has probably bowled the majority of those 6.
173 from 198.
Potts is in, square driven again, this time from Catherine Bryce. Just the single. Darcy Carter busy. Kate Cross really not happy with that ball. She keeps looking at it with disdain every time she receives it at mid-on.
What's it ever done to her?
Get her wickets, I think. On the money this time, Grace Potts. That's more like the Grace Potts we know. Nice tall action. Hits a hard length. Bounces in and on the money again. Clearly in discomfort, but seems to be more settled in terms of her bowling radar. Driven, threaded through the gap again from Georgia Elwys. Darcy Carter doing the fielding. Elwys on to 12 now. Bryce 34. Out of a total of 71 for 3. If you're just joining us, Blaze were reduced to 37 for 3 in the power play. It looked very rosy at 37 for 1, and then Kate Cross got a double wicket over. Bryce taking another single through cover point. And this game continues to ebb and flow. Before all that, Lancashire made 241 for 6, having been 52 for 4 themselves, but for 166 partnership between Ellie Threlkeld and Elsa Lister. Back foot punch this time, goes square of the wicket. Bit of work for Darcy Carter to do. Does it well. Clean pick up. Deters the batters from taking a second. 18 gone. 73 for 3. Yep, 166 partnership from Threlkeld and Elsa Lister. 92 and 96 respectively. Got the Lancashire women up to a total of 241, which means we've got a game on our hands. The Blaze require 169 to win from 192 deliveries.
At this stage, start of the huge partnership between Lister and Threlkeld. Partnership between Bryce and Elwys well underway, as Hannah Jones continues from the Stuart Broad end. So far, 3 overs for 10 runs. Elwys chips us into the leg side for no run.
She's not right, Georgia Elwys, either. There's something not right.
No.
Just she's not as fluent as she normally is.
Jones always rocks back and we'll get a single.
I wonder if it's she had a niggle with a back, I think, and perhaps a hip. And we just saw her struggle a little bit in the field, and then she just kind of snatched at a few deliveries. But you know, when you just maybe sore in your lower back.
Jones in again. Catherine Bryce scampering through for 1. She looks for a second, but we'll just take the single. Yeah, I mean, it's end of the season, and this is probably the busiest season these players have had in terms of amount of games and workload. So it's not surprising that there are a couple of injuries around. Jones in. No run on offer.
She shuffled down the pitch well there, moved. Just the odd ball where she just looks like she winces a bit. Struggling for mobility.
Yeah, I think you noticed that in the field, and obviously the fact she didn't bowl as well. Defended with a straight bat. So Hannah Jones wraps up the over, just 2 from it, 75 for 3.
Yeah, so the comparison there from Polly, just swinging back in the favour of Blaze ever so slightly. Better runs on the board at this stage and 1 less wicket. Long way to go though. Run rate up to almost 5.4, so it has been creeping up 0.1 at a time. But the Blaze will feel they can catch up there. Grace Potts will continue. Right arm over the wicket. She looks like she's starting to find some rhythm as she chisels away on a length there at Catherine Bryce's off stump. And I only mention the injuries because you just want to see everyone well and the best players playing and doing, you know, doing their skills and putting the best show on for us. As Potts is running away from us again. It looks like she's starting to settle in here. Square cut on the front foot, gets it well behind square. Great work from Darcy Carter. Full stretch, prevents the boundary. Price comes back for 2. 2's better than 4.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding from Darcy Carter, made up that ground.
Still not happy with this ball. Kate Cross is going to take it back to Rose Dover here. She's holding the ball by a string there, so they're going to cut something off it. I knew that was coming because Fee Morris rolled the ball to Kate Cross, almost to like get the attention of not only Cross but the umpire. Potts is in, down the leg side. One can only assume the appeal was for a tickle down the leg side. It's turned down by umpire Dovey. I didn't hear anything. Why is that happening? Why is Fee Morris underarm rolling the ball to Kay Cross between deliveries?
So many mysteries today.
Yeah. Potts is in. Square driven, mistimed from Bryce. And there's no run. On a more positive note, how good has the keeping been from Ellie Farrell-Kelvin?
It has been exceptional, yeah.
Stood up, taking it down the leg side.
Yeah, she is a very, very good keeper, and I think sometimes, having watched Lancs a lot, I kind of take for granted how good she is. But then, yeah, you'll see something clipped up of her taking it, something really good down the leg side.
Square driven again. This time Bryce gets it through. Just be the single. 30 gone. No, 30 to gone. 20 gone. Plays a 78 for 3.
I think also just everything looking so clean behind the stumps just doesn't make a meal of anything. Always tidy. 164 required from 180 balls.
Just look at the chart on your screen now with the worm. Cluster of wickets. Almost comparable. The Blaze line, that orange line, just slightly above the Lancashire run rate at this stage.
Hannah Jones newing. 12 from her 4 overs so far. Nudged into the leg side. Mahika Gore, though, preventing the run. Lancashire just utilising Hannah Jones as a way to stop the runs. Bryce 30 from 52. Flicks us into the leg side. We'll just get a single.
Yeah, Jones, not a prodigious spinner of the ball. Good exponent of drift and changes of pace, lots of control. It's been effective for a number of years now for Lancashire.
Elwes looks to chip it up, but just finds Hannah Jones fielding off her own bowling. 79 for 3. Elwes back to Jones. Doesn't fully field it herself, but they won't take a run. That'll be the end of the over. 79 for 3, so just the one run from it. Partnership of 42 between Bryce and Elwes.
Have another change. We're going to see Darcy Carter from the Radcliffe Road end. Grace Potts is hobbling away, having bowled 4 overs, on for 20. She's off to mid-off. Carter's going to bowl at her now and turn her arm over. So, some off spin. Bryce, 40 not out. Takes a stance. Tap of the bat. Carter's in. Low full toss. Just worked into the offside. One more to the total.
Darcy Carter, 24 international wickets. And
Hard down the ground from Georgia Elwes there. Carter got a hand on that, took the sting out of it, prevented a run in the end. Carter's in once again, swept fine. I'll come through for a single there. Mahika Gorgas throws to the bowling end. Carter drags this one down. It'll be driven off the back foot, up the ground to long on for another single. So play's just happy to nudge singles round at the moment.
82 for 3.
Down the track again. Elwes is going to get at least a single here. Good piece of work from Kate Cross. Cutting that off, coming round from mid on. Is this Darcy Carter's first game of the competition? Or just a first time bowling? Why can't I see her bowling statistics? Carter's in. Full outside off stump. Driven square. Another single to Catherine Bryce. That ends the 22nd. Blaze. 84 for 3.
Yeah, she hasn't played in the One Day Cup so far. She featured quite a bit in the Blast this season.
So Thunder going in with a couple of players who are pretty low on 50 over game time this year. They've got so many players though when you look at the list, haven't they?
Yeah, their squad is huge. Yeah, so many players. Yeah, you've got the likes of Danny Collins, who's not involved today. Liv Bell, who's returning from injury. Hannah Jones in again. Defended. Just go down the ground, so they'll take a single. Elwes coming down the track, hits that away for 4. Straight and over the top. That's a bit more like the Elwes we know. 2 runs from 77 balls.
ball's got through the advertising hoardings. Kate Cross is now on the concourse collecting the ball. So we've got a little delay here. I was about to say, it's still relatively true, but that boundary will have helped the Blaze cause, that the runs required and the number of balls was getting closer to one another. The run rate is up to 5.56 now. Blaze require 153 from 165 balls. Those two numbers are getting closer together for sure.
Whipped away by Elwes. We'll just take one. Yeah, I'm just having a look at the entire Lancashire squad, because of course you had Katie Mack and Alana King, who had different stints as overseas players. Obviously got Gabby Lewis now. Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, who were Eve Jones injured, Emma Lamb away with England, as Jones in again, worked into the leg side down the ground just for one. You've got Danny Collins, as I mentioned, Tilika Stephen, who was the hero of the knockout cup competition in the final, scoring 70 odd.
Charlotte Edwards Cup.
The T20, yeah, technically the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So that is dug out by Hannah Jones. Liberty Heap, who we haven't really seen at all. She went on loan as well. You've got Sophie Morris, who's in the squad today but not playing. Liv Bell, Phoebe Graham again in the squad.
Tara Norris is missing.
Tara Norris is injured, yeah. Sophie Eccleston away with England. So they've got a pretty big squad. 91 for 3.
Darcy Carter will continue her spell. Turn to straight mid-wicket for no run. Fee Morris in the hunt there. Straight mid-wicket. Square driven again, smeared, smothered from Catherine Bryce. I know the run rate's climbing. I'd just love to see a bit of more of a squeeze from a captaincy and bowling point of view if you're Lancashire. Carter's in, down the track, made into a full toss. They're going to get through for a single after the ricochet off Darcy Carter. Carter's in. Bryce just lets that come on and then opens the face once again. 3 singles in this over so far from the 4 balls bowled. Long gone being sent out by Ellie Threlkeld. Full toss. It's going to be driven up to long gone for another easy single. So that's 4 singles in the over. Still below the required rate, but Blaze will feel like they can catch up still from this point. Driven up to long on again. Good use of the feet. So 5 from it in singles. 24 gone. The Blaze 96 for 3.
I think, of course, if you look at the required run rate and things like that, I mean, that is just an average across, so it's not necessarily taking into account the different stages of the game. And so if you look at the comparison right now, Lancashire was 74 for 4. The Blaze are in a much more comfortable position, and you just think, okay, if these two stick around, even if they don't, even if other batters come in, go hard in the last couple of overs and replicate exactly what Lancashire did, because we think about where Lancashire were and how slow they were going along. Even though that partnership was building between Threlkeld and Lister, it was, it wasn't looking great for them, and we weren't at that point going, oh yeah, they're going to get 240. It was still quite bleak as Mahika Gore returns from the Stuart Broad end. Good from Bryce, but Potts comes in from the boundary to prevent it going for 4. They do manage to run for 2.
That was a great piece of keeping from Threlkel there. I'm not sure if we'd have got that on camera, but the throw was right over the stump. She whips the bails off as Catherine Bryce raises her bat for her 50. 72 minutes, 64 balls, including 5 fours. And then Threlkel threw the stumps down, direct hit at the other end, but Georgia Elwes was safe.
Gore in again. This one guided once again. Backward of point by Catherine Bryce. They really scamper through for 1. Threlkel once again throwing down to the other end. 99 for 3.
I think this is a good change from Threlkel, just changing it up. One of the best bowlers in the country. Might just be a 2-over burst. Right, they're in a serious position, are Lancashire.
Around the corner from Elwes, it's racing down to fine leg. And that'll be the 100 up for the Blaze before the halfway stage. Gore in. A couple of shouts, but they're going to run through for a single. $101 for 3. Defended by Elwes. 141 runs required from 151 balls. Elwes on 24 from 43. No run available.
Mixed over there from Gore, 5 from it, finished with a couple of dots, hitting that hard length. As we go in to the drinks interval, Lancashire were 80 for 4 at this stage. The Blaze are 101 for 3 after 25 overs. Reminder that this is the Metrobank One-Day Cup semi-final. The team that progress victorious will go to the Utilita Bowl for Sunday's match in what is the crescendo of the women's domestic cricket season. And they'll play either Hampshire or Surrey, who play tomorrow at Southampton. Where's your money there?
It's a really difficult one. I think the thing with Surrey is they're hitting momentum just at the right time. They've had a bit of an up and down 50 over and obviously just took that 4th place spot. But yeah, I think Hampshire are almost unlucky because they've done so well. They finished 1st, but they're going to have to face Surrey, who, as I say, are hitting a nice bit of form. And I just feel like there's always something kind of inevitable about Surrey. In the regional era, it was always Vipers, which have kind of become Hampshire. But I just feel like there's something about Surrey. So, yeah, and the way they played against Durham, they were exceptional. And I think for me, it was the fact that Emma Jones scored 140 odd. And I just thought, you look around at every other team And what other middle order batter who hasn't played much cricket over the years through injury could come in and do that? And I look around and I don't see anyone. So, yeah, they're a class side, given they're missing 6 players due to either injuries or England duty. And in fact, they won't have Tilly Courtine-Coleman because she is out in Abu Dhabi with the England side as part of helping them train. So they'll be depleted even more. So it'll be 7 players gone. But I just have a feeling about Surrey.
Even with 7 players missing?
Even with 7 players. I saw them play with 6 players missing and they were still very, very good. But I mean, Hampshire will also be hungry for it, and they've just been really, really strong in this competition. I think that would be also an interesting matchup.
Well, we shall see. But for now, we've got a game on here at Trent Bridge. James Cart here with coverage of this Metrobank One Day Cup. I'm joined by Polly Starkey. Lancashire posted 241 for 6. The Blaze currently at 101 for 3 at the halfway stage in this run chase. Highlights from the Lancashire innings. Ellie Threlkeld 92 before she was run out by Cassidy McCarthy and Sarah Bryce. Ailsa Lister stumped Sarah Bryce bowled Kirsty Gordon for 96 in a partnership of 166, which was a big rebuild and recovery because Lancashire were reduced to 52 for 4. In reply, it's not been straightforward for the Blaze. They were reduced to 37 for 3 at the end of the power play. Mahika Gore picking up 1, Kate Cross picking up 2 in the 10th over to really compound what was looking like a steady power play for the Blaze women. Since then, Elwys and Bryce have steadied the ship. Bryce currently 52 not out, Elwys 24. Darcy Carter has got the ball in hand. She's going to bowl after this drinks interval. Right arm over the wicket. Driven slightly airily for a second. There was a coming together between the non-strike and the bowler. And the run is turned down in the end. Georgia Elwys has gone down on her haunches. A little bit of discomfort there. Just take a moment to .141 required from 149 balls. Carter's in, pulled away, well in front of square. Mistimed by Bryce and cut off by Fee Morris. Carter once again, full outside off stump. Almost yokes herself there, Catherine Bryson. Joyce once again, sorry, Georgia Elwys. Ellie Threlkeld once again, incredibly tidy behind the stumps. Carter on the money there, just pushing Bryce back in a crease. 4 dots in a row here for the Scottish spinner. Driven up to mid on this time from Bryce. Lancashire won't mind that though. Be another economical over if Carter can get out of this delivery unscathed. Check driven, well fielded by Fee Morris. So just 1 from the over. Good start after the drinks interval. The Blaze are 102 for 3.
Catherine Bryce, 53 from 71. Georgia Elwys, 24 from 45. The partnership of 65. And Mahika Gore will continue from the Stuart Broad end. She's bowled 7 overs so far, 1 for 29, 27 dots. Gore in. We've got Bryce on strike. It'll be signalled a wide. This partnership between Elwes and Bryce has been instrumental. The wicket of Prendergast last falling, that was inside the power plate. We're now in the 27th, as that's signalled a wide. 8 extras now for Lancashire. $104 for 3. Bryce having a swing at this, but will go through to third. $138 from 143 required. Bryce whips this into the offside. Gabby Lewis with the fielding. 105 for 3. Gorgeous in discussion with Kate Cross.
She's going to come over the wicket.
By the looks of it, as Gora's in now with the batter on strike. She works this into the leg side. They're going to come through for 1. $106 for 3. Driven by Bryce, beats the diving Darcy Carter, will be cut off by Gabby Lewis, but they do make it through for 2. The partnership now worth 69 from 101. 134 from 140. Driven into the leg side, that's lovely from Bryce. Beats 2 fielders and will race away for 4. It's clipped away so well.
This over's yielded 10. Gore's previous over yielded 5, so I can't see Gore bowling another over. So it's a little win this for the Blaze. Threlkel's going to have to think about a next bowling change. I understand why they brought Gore back, but it hasn't paid off this time.
112 for 3. Bryce looking to sweep, but it goes through to Threlkeld, wide by Gore, who until this over was relatively good with not bowling wides. It's something she struggles in. Lovely edge from Bryce. Hannah Jones will be running in from the boundary. They're scampering through for 2. That's good running from the Blaze. 115 for 3, so 11 from the over. In fact, 13 from the over.
Yeah, 5 from the previous over she bowled, so 18 in total from that spell. Darcy Carter will continue from the Radcliffe Road end. She's none for 11 off 3. It's been relatively tidy. The Blaze have been risk averse against her bowling so far. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket out on the leg side boundary. Elwes down the track, but in the end Yorks herself and there'll be no run. And then a deep cover. The other boundary rider was Kate Cross out at long on, but she's inside the circle at the moment, so only 3 out the circle. Lancashire trying to apply some pressure to the Blaze. Down the track, hit hard and straight, and Kate Cross at long on, mid on, stops it. She's now going out to long on, which is interesting after just balls in the over. She's down the track and then churns it into a sweep. They will stick at 1. Elsa Lister doing the fielding out there. Perhaps they're happy to get 2 dots in and then go all 4 out. You can have 4 singles because that's still 1.5 runs behind the run rate. Bryce on strike. Turned into leg side. It'll be another easy single. They'll think about a second and they're going to come back. Throw in from Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, that's good from the Blaze. That's really good.
Very good. It's a bit of a well-weighted dink into the leg side. Just teased Gabby Lewis off the boundary edge. Gave them enough time to return safely for a second run. Carter in. No run this time as Grace Potts does the fielding at mid-off. 3 from the over thus far. 1 ball remaining in it. Carter will be looking to get out of it as economical as possible. Blaze will be looking to get what they can from it. Square driven, sliced behind square, well behind square. It's going to run away for 4. The less. Tough way to end the over for Lancs and for Carter. 28 overs gone now. Blaze 1, 2, 2 for 3. Halfway there, just over halfway there with that boundary from Bryce. Blaze require 120 runs from 132 deliveries. It's going to be a teaser this, Polly, because every time the balls and the runs required get slightly close, Blaze just get 10 balls ahead of it or 10 runs ahead of it, whatever way you want to look at it, and then it comes close again, and then it kind of gets away from Lancs ever so slightly, but it's always in touching distance.
Grace Potts is going to be returning, although this time from a Stuart Broad end. She's gone for 20 from her 4 overs. Looked like she was struggling earlier on with a bit of pain. Elwes on 26 from 49, facing Potts. Hoiks this away over square. We just find Seren Smale on the boundary. 123 for 3.
It's a really important passage, this, for Potts and for Lancashire. Once that runs required gets into double figures, Blaze will feel like they're in the driving seat.
Defended, no run on offer.
Still a long way to go for sure. Just the psychology, the runs seem to come off quicker, don't they? Every 10 they come off, 90, 80, 70 feels a lot quicker than when you need 150, 140, 130. The game's the balance just about at the moment.
expansive from Bryce. Will only find Gabby Lewis, so she'll just get a single. Pots in and push straight to Darcy Carter. $124 for 3. Pots in again. They're scampering through for 1. That's very close. Three from the over so far. 117 to win. Beats the diving Alice Clark. Gabby Lewis will be able to cut it off in front of the boundary. Deep backward point. 127 for 3 at the end of the over. So 5 from the over in the end. A partnership worth 90.
$90 from 116 as well, so albeit the run rate required is still pretty high, this partnership's gone at a decent strike rate. Carter induces the inside edge this time, false shot from Elvis, who squirts this one out into the leg side for a single. Long on, stationed out on the boundary this time. Reverse sweep from Catherine Bryce. She's got it fine enough that Hannah Jones is going to be on the chase, but it's got enough meat off the bat there to go for 4 more. So Catherine Bryce just strangling a bit of momentum back in Blaze's favour here. She's on to 75. The Blaze are on to 132 for 3. The partnership moves along to 95. This game of cat and mouse continues. No ball called here. Going to come back for 2 comfortably. It's a bit untidy from Darcy Carter in this over to start. Really high full toss that. Almost swatted. No ball beforehand, but I wasn't paying attention, clearly. Carter, once again, low full toss this time. Just struggling for a line and length in this over a little bit. Unsettled by the dexterity of Catherine Bryce's repertoire. Pulled out a reverse sweep. Drags this one down. Pulled straight up to long on for another single. Kate Cross Seems to be everywhere today, with the ball in a hand taking wickets or in the field mopping up. Carter once again back on the money this time, as always has to check her shot. Dot ball to finish, 30 gone, 20 remain. Blaze 136 for 3.
The partnership worth 99, similarly to Ellie Threlkeld and Ailsa Lister. It's been a really important one. 99 from 123 balls. Catherine Bryce 78 from 87. Georgia Elwes 29 from 54. .106 required from 120 balls. Grace Potts continuing her 6th over. It's been nudged by Bryce. Mahika Gore doing the fielding, and that's the 100 partnership up between this pair. It's taken them 124 balls, 29 runs from Elwes and 61 from Bryce. There's a round of applause from the spectators here at Trent Bridge. Pushed away by Elwes. Cabby Lewis patrolling the boundary on the offside. 138 for 3, 104 to win. Potts in, and this is struck straight back at her. We're scrambling to get back in her crease. $139 for 3. Lovely from Bryce. We'll just find Mahika Gore. A shot she has played a number of times today. $140 for 3, 102 to win. Elwes chopping this into the ground. We'll find Darcy Carter.
Elwes has played some gorgeous shots that have yielded no runs, hasn't she? Just quite a few that have found the fielder.
Elwes on 30, Bryce at the non-strikers end on 80. Won't get a run here either, as Alice Clark runs round at point. End of the over, 140 for 3. At the same stage, Lancashire 109 for 4.
You would think the Blaze have got more gears to go through,
Yeah.
Even though the equation is in the balance, shall we say. Current run rate 4.52, required rate 5.37. Going to have a change of ball in, returning to the Radcliffe Road end. It's going to be Kate Cross. She's bowled 6 overs so far, so I imagine she might split these 4 into a 2 and a 2, similar to what we've seen with Mahika Gore. But you feel like Lancashire need to make something happen, and this change is probably brought about because of that, to just try and change the direction of this game. Threlkeld's going to stand up to the stumps. Bryce is on strike. Cross is on away. Bryce on to 80. So he's just got there without breaking into sweat. Knocked the ball around. Such great temperament. Cross once again. Fuller this time, driven to wide. Mid-off for a run. Elsa Lister coming round to cut it off, but doesn't prevent the Blaze pair from getting through for a single, so Bryce not letting Cross settle. Elvis on strike, tap of the bat. Cross is in, turning to leg side. Fee Morris fields it, he's going to overthrow here, going for a run out at the non-strikers, then they're going to come back for 2 as well. This over's all about control as a minimum, and leaking 3 runs like that is not part of the plan from a Lancashire point of view.
No, not. You know, it's not a huge thing, but it affects the mood in the field.
Cross in once again and jabbed away. It's going to be another easy single to Georgia Elvis through that cover point region. It was unavoidable though, because even with the throw, the aggressive nature of Fee Morris on this occasion, there's an extra cover and a mid-off that should be in the right position to stop that. So the Lancashire fielders just switching off for a second there. 2 left in this over. Cross on away. On the money this time as Catherine Bryce has to negotiate full straight 1 with a forward defensive. So 4 from the over. 1 remains. 18 overs left after this delivery. We're under 100 runs to win now. 98 to be precise. As Cross is in, right arm over the wicket, full and straight, and dug out by Bryce. You'll be happy to get out of that over unscathed. Blaze 144 for 3. If you're just joining us, it's 4:15 on a Tuesday afternoon. You're watching and listening to the live stream of the Blaze versus the Lancashire women in the Metrobank One Day Cup. It's a knockout playoff. The winner goes through to the final on Sunday at Southampton at the Utilita Bowl. The game is very much in the balance. Blaze will fancy they're slightly ahead given the wickets they've got in hand.
Hannah Jones is returning from the Stuart Broad end. So far 6 overs, gone for 20 runs. She's been a useful bowler for Lancashire, just really restricting the runs. 144 for 398 to win. Hannah Jones in, nudged out by Elwis. Darcy Carter of the fielding, so they'll take a single. Defended straight back to Jones for no run. Bryce on 81. Pulls this away. Won't find the boundary. Will just take a single in the end.
Hannah Jones will breathe a sigh of relief there, because that was a rank drag down.
Elwes defensive, and ball just pops up in the face of Fee Morris. Down the ground by Elwes. She'll take the 1. Moving it at 35. 95 to win. Hannah Jones finishing with the dot ball. So 147 for 3, just 3 from the over.
Who are the Blaze going to pick on here? Because they still need to play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah.
Gore has gone at 5.25, which is under the required rate ever so slightly. Cross has gone at 3.7, which is way under the rate. Jones has gone at 3.4, which is way under the rate. Leaving Potts at 4.8, still under the rate. And Carter 5.4, on and around the rate. Cross to continue. Full and straight. Driven back at the bowler and fielded off her own.
I think early on it was Potts who was the weakness, with struggling with pain and some sort of injury, but it feels like she found a bit of rhythm in her later overs, whereas Carter seems to have kind of gone the...
Too much work for Elsa Lister to do on that cover boundary. Gorgeous shot from Elwes. She's on to 39. Blaze past 150. 151 for 3.
91 from 100 balls.
It's going to be tight, isn't it? Cross once again, right arm over the wicket. Driven beautifully, but for no run. Sorry, Elsa Lister is at mid off. Who's out there at cover? Seren Smale.
Yeah, I always can remember Elsa Lister because of her fluorescent
Boots,
shoes. Yeah. It's only ever her and Sophie Eccleston that will wear that fluorescent spikes. So
crosses in, and another drive on the up. Bit of work for Seren Smale to do. Does it well. They'll come back for 2. .153 for 3. Two remain in the 34th. Blaze have always been about, and it's jostled, but about 1 run behind the run rate, haven't they? Cross in, tidies that line up, keeps Elwes honest, who has to come forward, keep a straight one out from Cross. So they're currently 1 run shy of the run rate, so in effect with 16 overs to come, they're 16 runs short. You'd think that's easy to make up at this stage. Crosses in, down the leg side, turn round the corner. Elwes runs the first one hard. Decides against coming back for the second. Gore fizzes it in, and that's the end of the 34th over. The Blaze are 154 for 3.
yeah, you look, it's 88 runs from 96, and that's kind of always been around about the gap for the last, I don't know how many overs, maybe 10 overs or so. There's been a gap of around 10-ish. It's just about making sure they don't let those runs get above the balls. Hannah Jones continuing, 3 overs left. Now take a single off her first ball.
What I do like is Threlkelder's been bold enough to bring one of those fielders off the ropes at times and just have 3 out to mount a bit of pressure.
Flicked into the leg side, no run available. 155 for 3.
And then just send them out once got a couple of dot balls into the over.
Chipped up on the leg side. Fee Morris with the throw. Partnership of 118, 87 runs from 92 balls. Hannah Jones has done a good job of slowing this run rate whenever she's come into the attack. The ball finding Elsa Lister again.
The equilibrium here is Elvis is slightly caught up in terms of balls faced and strike rate's gone up, but Catherine Bryce is possibly just slightly slow in overs.
Threlkeld just adjusting her field. Fee Morris coming in as a backward point. Scampering through for 1. They're going to push for 2. They'll actually be quite comfortable in the end with a good run from Elvis. And that's the end of the over. 157 for 3. So 3 from the over.
Great over from Hannah Jones. That just 3 from it, as you say. 157 for 3. 85 required from 90. Those runs required and balls faced, or balls to face, are getting closer. We can have a new bowler. It's going to be Fee Morris. Haven't seen her today thus far, so as expected, Kate Cross has come back for a burst of 2 overs. Now we're going to have the experiment of Fee Morris. Morris with her off spin, right arm over the wicket. On the money first up. Played off the back foot, but can't get it through. Straight enough to keep Elvis watchful. Bit fuller this time and fielded off her own. So good start from Morris. 2 dots. Should be happy with that. Long on is out on the boundary, as is deep mid wicket. Deep square leg on the leg side. Oh, Elvis. A couple of times today we've seen a jam down on a few full ones, almost yorking herself. Down the track this time, low full toss in the end. Cross will cut it off as she comes round from long on, so it's just a single. Cut away this time. Smale will mop up, cover point boundary. Two singles from the over this far. Last ball of the over. Swept. It's gone behind square. Bit of work to be done here. Deep backward square leg. Well done They'll come back for 2. Darcy Carter doing the work out there. But Fee Morris and the captain Ellie Threlk, I'll be very happy with that over. The 4 from it. The Blaze are 161 for 3 after 36. The Blaze require 81 more runs from 84 balls.
I think it's going to go down to the wire.
It's a bit of a tease, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
fair play to Lancashire. They've fought hard from being, what was it, 52 for 4 to having, you know, some control in this game.
Yeah, I think the crucial here is wickets, as Hannah Jones is in. Starts with a dot. Yeah, Hannah Jones only has 2 overs left, and she's been probably, I think, the most economical of the bowlers. He certainly has been able to restrict those runs. Yeah, 26 from her 8 overs. It's been defended straight back to her. And yeah, you've got Gore and Cross, who have got 2 each left. And then you're calling on Morris, who, to be fair, decent first over, went for 4. You got Carter and Potts still with overs left in them, as this has been flicked into the leg side. They've got the first, they're pushing for a second. That'll be safely 2 in the end.
One thing Blaze have done well is they've picked off more 2s
Definitely.
than Lancashire ever did. They've run really hard between the wickets.
Jones. And again, will be a dot. Yeah, for the Blaze so far, 16 2s. Accumulative for Lancashire, there were 22 in the end. Beats the diving Alice Clark. That will be another 2 at least. They'll settle for the 2. Yeah, pushing hard between the wickets. .77 runs. He moves to 90, and that will be the end of the over. 5 from Hannah Jones's penultimate over.
Plays 166 for 3. 13 remain. In runs and balls, that's 76 runs off 78. It's the closest it's been. The run rate required is 5.85. And every the Blaze are under, as those overs get smaller and smaller, you'll see that run rate spike. Fee Morris will continue. Right arm over the wicket, reverse paddle, get through for a single. Elvis, 46 not out. Down the track, pulled hard into the leg side, almost hit too well, so it'll just be a single. Elsa Lister doing the fielding out there. Catherine Bryce on strike. 91 from 110 balls, the 3rd batter to enter the 90s in this game. Turn into leg side, it'll be at least 1. They're going to run the first one hard. Lister in the game again. She'll prevent the second. Morris in. Little shuffle from Elvis, makes it into a full toss, turns it round the corner. Darcy Carter will cut it off. So it's just another single. I say just, it's 4 in the over. Blaze won't win it in singles alone though. A vocal throw, Kel, just asking Lister to come in 10 off the boundary. Swept hard across the line. Misses everything. Straight into the gloves of Threlkel there. Whips the bails off. Last ball of the 38th. Morris in. Slight drag down. Pulled hard. Well in front of square. Kate Cross on the ball. Comes in from long on. 5 from that over. 5 singles. Good control from Fee Morris. Blaze 171 for 3.
171 runs to win from 71 runs to win even from 72 balls. So it is very, very tight. Lancashire 147 for 4 at this stage. So they did just accelerate in those final overs, which the Blaze will also look to do. Could bring about wickets, but I'm sure that's a risk they would be happy to take. Catherine Bryce on 93. Georgia Elwes at the non-strikers end on 48. Hannah Jones to bowl her final over. Straight down the track from Bryce. We'll just take one. 172 for 3. Elwes comes down the track, doesn't quite connect and nudges it into the leg side. We'll take the 1. Moves her to 49. Blaze needs 69 runs from 70 balls. Pushed out into the offside by Bryce. Will settle for 1. She moves to 95. Elwes comes down the track, won't be able to find a run. .68 from 68 is the equation now. Elwes pushing for the run, and that brings up her 50. Georgia Elwes reaches her half-century from 79 balls, includes 3 fours, and has been part of an incredible partnership with Catherine Bryce. 7 from 67. She moves to 96 now, and that concludes the over. 178 for 3. 176 for 3. I can't read numbers anymore. 66 from 66 required.
There is that much going on that scoreboard. There's that much going on and hanging in the balance in the cricket season that I feel quite nervous myself.
I know. Yeah, I'm not a good watcher of cricket. I get very, very nervous, and now this is a semi-final and a half. It's set up so nicely.
A semi-final and a half would be a 3/4.
A 3/4. This is a 3/4. This is the 3/4 final.
Catherine Bryce on strike then. Blaze 176 for 3. Morris ball in hand, right arm over the wicket. She fields off her own bowling and there's no run. Morris just fizzing the ball in her fingers, top of a mark. Past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. Slashed square, it'll go to short third and it'll be a single to Catherine Bryce. Takes her on to 97. Plays on to 177. The run rate climbing to 6.09 for the first time The runs exceed the balls. Morris in. Pulled hard by Elwes. It's going to go out to that boundary fielder at deep mid-wicket. Elsa Lister stationed there. Bright red boots. She's about 10 off the boundary rope. Trying to prevent the twos. Trying to mount the pressure on the Blaze. Morris in. Square driven from Catherine Bryce. Another single to her. She moves on to 98. Down the track again comes Elwes. No run this time, well fielded. Looks like Danny Collins is on the field. Who's she on for? Down the track again. No run. Blaze can't get this away. That's the end of the 40th. 3 from that Fee Morris over. She's none for 12 off her 3 overs. What an important little spell this has been. Blaze 179 for 3.
Mahika Gore will be returning from the Stuart Broad end. 8 overs bowled, 1 for 42. .63 runs from 60 balls. Catherine Bryce turns this one round the corner. She's just going to get 1. She moves to 99. So much to be nervous about right now. Elwes on 51. 62 from 59.
What do Blaze do here? Did he sit on Gore? Just keep milking the singles? She's got 2 overs to go. Or 1 after this.
Elwes works this into the leg side. They'll happily take a gentle single. Puts Catherine Bryce back on strike.
Should bring the field up here. Try and put some pressure on Brycey. Seems it's not the case. Thirds on the boundary, deep cover, fine leg, deep mid wicket. All 4 are out.
Bryce works it into the leg side. They're going to hesitate for a second because that is the 100 up for Catherine Bryce. Such a vital innings for the Blaze. Her century comes up from 121 balls, 8 fours. And she'll know the job is not yet done. She'll put that helmet back on and she will want to stay out there for her side. She'll want to guide them to the final in Southampton. 60 runs to go from 57 balls. Elwes nudges this into the offside. They'll take 1. They're pushing for a second. They're going to take the second. It will be close in the end. Ellie Threlkeld not able to get the ball to the stumps with the throw coming in. 184 for 3. 58 runs from 56 balls.
Should just commend Hannah Jones as well. She's gone none for 36 from 10.
That's brilliant.
Which has put the squeeze on the Blaze.
Yeah. Gore in. Whipped away just for a single. Flicked into the leg side by Bryce. Oh, we'll add another to her tally.
.41 gone. The Blaze 186 for 3. 9 remain. 56 required from 54 balls. With Marie Kelly to come at 6, Michaela Kirk, Lucy Hyam, who are all steady and attacking batters. Can one of these afford to go now just to get ahead of the 8 ball? And if they do get out, so be it. Pulled away this time from Catherine Bryce. Just be a single. She moves on to 102. And that's the 150 partnership as well for the 4th wicket from 190 balls. The pair join in the middle for a little handshake. Morris, ball in hand, flicking it from one hand to the other, waiting for Elwes to take her stance. Bat aloft, reverse sweep, caught on the full and shovelled straight to short third.
Hannah Jones with the catch.
Plays reduced to 187 for 4. Great knock from Georgia Elwes, 55. Bold Morris caught Hannah Jones from 86 deliveries, 3 fours. Has steadied the ship at 37 for 3 when she walked out. She steadied the ship, put on a 150 partnership with her colleague Catherine Bryce. But I think this could be a blessing in disguise because Marie Kelly, experience in the 100, top order player in short formats of the game, she could just provide the impetus. And it's just a little bit of impetus they need to get the Blaze over the line and book their place in Southampton.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing at all having Marie Kelly coming to the crease. She's such a powerful batter and can really strike the ball. In fact, a couple of years ago I saw her at a random club ground in Gloucestershire, it would have been, scoring a record half century. I think it was off 25 balls or something. Scored a 50, no, 15 balls even, not 25. It was 15 balls, I think.
Right. 188 for 4. 54 required. Square leg being brought inside the circle here. No, just 10 off. They're just trying to minimise the 2. Morris is in. She's dragged that one down and it's given a wide. Seems to be questioning that hands on hip, but it was near the white line, not the blue line. That is the guidance for the umpire. So Morris will have to re-bowl this one, turn into the leg sides, come well behind square, and that is going to enable them to get back for 2. Well ran by the Blaze pair. So 5 from this over so far, 2 balls still to come. There has been a wicket in it. But Blaze continuing to move toward it. 2-4-2. Miscued from Bryce on this occasion. So 1 left in the 42nd over. Morris in, into leg side once again. Plenty of space there because the boundary fielders set on the rope. It's just the 1 though. Bryce will retain the strike. 192 for 4. 8 remain.
50 runs to go from 48 balls. Mahika Gore is going to bowl her final over. So far 1 for 49. Catherine Bryce, 105 from 126.
Just a short break here. Sue Redfern clipping something to her belt. Looks like she's got multiple caps there.
Gore in, worked into the leg side. They'll take one. Fee Morris with a rolling dive to stop the ball. 193 for 4. Kelly works this down to fine leg. We'll get 194 for 4, 48 required from 46. Clipped into the leg side by Bryce. They'll take the one.
Just looking at comparison on the boundary count, Blaze have hit 13 boundaries so far, and Lancashire got up to 21. It's quite a swing, that. Blaze quite a bit behind in terms of boundary count there.
Kelly defending this.
The extras. Blaze are winning that battle. They only bowled 7 and Lancashire have bowled 12 so far, and they've still got 7 overs to bowl after this one.
Kelly nudges this into the offside point. There's a shot at the stumps, but she'll be safely back in her crease. 196 for 4. Bryce now on 107 from 128. Gore in. This one driven down the ground, no run available. 46 runs from 42 at the end of 43 overs. 196 for 4.
Run rate required up past 6.5 now. Just looking at some other statistics. Singles, pretty comparable. Twos, pretty comparable. It's fours that's the anomaly. We will see at the end of this game. 46 required from 42. Doesn't have to be excessive, but you feel like Blaze have just got to throw a little bit of caution to the wind here, just to grapple back that run rate. Continue. Right, almost hit it too well. It's deep backward square leg cuts off. Brings the Centurion Bryce on strike. She's 107 from 129 balls. Is this the most important knock in her domestic career? Morris in, down the track. Given a bit of room as well, gets it through the offside, just be a single. More 9-8 for 4. Blaze approaching the 200 mark. Morris is in. Turned into the leg side. Gets it too straight. Oh, it goes through the legs of mid-wicket. Very straight mid-wicket. It's Danny Collins, isn't it? Who's she on for? Fee Morris is in again. Down the track, Marie Kelly. Hits it hard. It's going to bounce a couple of times in front of Kate Cross at long on. So another single to Blaze. Blaze just struggling to eke out that boundary or a 2 just to try and grapple this run rate. 43 required. Morris in. Pulled hard into the leg side, but straight at Elsa Lister at deep mid-wicket. She's 10 off the boundary, preventing that 2. Oh, beg your pardon, it's Alice Clark, not Collins. That's probably because can't read that far and just see. 200 up for the Blaze. 200 for 4. So Danny Collins was never on the pitch. I stand corrected. Fee Morris is on the pitch with ball in hand, and she's bowled another dot ball. Very valuable dot ball to end the 44th over. Blaze 200 for 4. The run rate is up to 7 exactly, Polly Starkey.
This is getting nervy. 42 runs from 36 balls. Things are getting very interesting. Catherine Price 109 from 131. Marie Kelly 5 from 8. Grace Potts is going to be back from the Stuart Broad end.
Whatever the result, Polly, you're going to have to go in the quiet carriage on the way home on the train. Just shut your eyes and
decompress.
Yeah, complete silence.
Yeah. Potts, 6 overs so far, has gone for 29 runs. Bryce on strike. Driven down the ground. They're scampered almost on the ground. Alice Clark likewise. A lot of hands on heads, hands on knees. It was a great direct hit.
Are the Lancashire women aggrieved there? We'd have to see a replay. It all happened so quick.
Yeah. Potts in again. Chipped in the air by Marie Kelly. The catch will be taken. Kelly has to go for 5. Celebrations from the Lancashire fielders. Kelly never really got firing. And that is a huge relief for Lancashire. The Blaze now 5 wickets down.
Just got the toe end of the bat there, Marie Kelly. Didn't get a good contact with it. A good catch by Elsa Lister coming forward. So Michaela Kirk has to come out to try and see the Blaze home.
Michaela Kirk, who hasn't been in the best of forms. 12 against Durham, 17 against Somerset. Spent time on loan at Northants, which has been successful for her. She scored plenty of runs there, but stepping back up into Tier 1, it hasn't been easy. And after looking like the Blaze were comfortably ahead after the power play of Lancashire's batting innings, there's a lot of noise coming from the crowd, a mix of Blaze and Lancashire fans.
This is the downside to having a strong squad, that when you ask Michaela Kirk to come into the side, she's not got much cricket behind her.
Potts in, starts Michaela's Kirk Michaela Kirk's innings with a dot ball.
And by cricket, I mean playing for the Blaze in this side at Trent Bridge in these scenarios.
Yeah, it's the high pressure situation when you're called on to find the winning runs. 41 needed from 33. Potts in, driven by Kirk, will be another dot ball. Dot balls are precious at this stage for Lancashire. Kirk yet to get off the mark. Potts in, driven down the ground. She won't be able to find a run. Kate Cross cutting it off. 205. This over even perhaps one of the most important of the game. The wicket of Kelly. And just one run conceded by Grace Potts in that over.
Huge over. What resilience from Grace Potts. Struggled front up. Looked like she had a complaint in her left foot. Struggled for rhythm. Struggled with her line and length, but she's come back and bowled some vital overs in this spell.
Yeah, huge credit to Grace Potts because she looked in quite a lot of discomfort.
Fee Morris to continue. She's through 5 overs now, 1 for 22. We didn't think that this would be the case, but what an inspired decision by skipper Threlkeld to throw the ball to Fee Morris. She's in now, made into a full toss as Catherine Bryce shuffles down the wicket and bunts it to long on. Kate Cross doing the work out there. 40 required. 29 balls to come. Reverse from Kirk, hit on the pads. The finger goes up. She was a long way across onto off stump. Kirk stands there and looks at the umpire, perhaps got an under edge to that, looking at her bat as she departs, but in terms of alignment to the wickets, it was certainly adjacent. Kirk has to go without scoring. LBW to Fee Morris, perhaps a little thin under edge as she departs, and another twist in this run chase.
Endless twists and turns today.
Just looking at the replay here, as Morris comes in. It did hit her on the thigh pad as well, but I think height was just about okay. She's a bit short in stature, is Michaela Kirk, but she thinks she's hit it. That's clearly what she thinks as she walks off. Lucy Hyam, the new batter, steady head in the run chase here against Durham a week ago today.
40 runs from 28 balls.
Hyam finished 6 not out from today because the run rate wide ball today. Morris in. Hyam turns the ball into leg side. It'd be an easy single to Mahika Gore, who's at short fine leg. So Hyam's off the mark straight away. Brings Catherine Bryce on strike. She's on 111 from 133. The run rate required is now 8.67. It is climbing. The Blaze need boundaries here. Floated in by Morris. Bryce chops over the top of it. Valuable dot. 2 remain in the over. Blaze desperate for a boundary. Lancashire just looking to stem the run flow down the track. A couple of bounces in front of Kate Cross. It'll just be another single. It's become a bit samey and predictable from a Blaze point of view, just tucking it into leg side for easy singles, but that's not going to get them over the line here. Hyam hits it through the offside. Just takes off for a single straight away, so she'll retain the strike. 4 overs left. The Blaze are 205 for 6. The equation is this: 37 runs from 24 balls. Wasn't that long ago we were saying the Blaze were in the ascendancy. They were in control. They would catch up. Had a series of wickets fall. Pressure built by Lancashire bowlers. Vital partnership of 150 between Elwes and Bryce was broken. And then Kelly went pretty quickly, as did Michaela Kirk. And just to make things worse, Kate Cross went on to finish.
I want to throw it out there. At this point, Lancashire were 206 for 4. Now, the over that is about to be played, for Lancashire, they scored 12 runs from it. And that really boosted their total in helping them get to 2-4-1. So Kate Cross has 2 overs left. 24 balls of the game to go. 37 runs is what the Blaze require. If you're doing anything at home, stop what you're doing and watch this. Kate Cross from the Stuart Broad end. Hyam on strike. Pushes this away. They're going to push for 2. Mahika Gore with the throw. It's not the cleanest throw into Threlkeld. They do get 2.
It's great running though. The intensity there from Lucy Hyam was just what's required.
35 from 23. Third wicket. Lancashire are looking in control. It's been a game of twists and turns. Lucy Hyam goes for 4. And there's elation from the Lancashire camp. What they needed was wickets, and what they found are wickets.
Oh dear.
Things have got very interesting once again. The Blaze 207 for 7. Kirsty Gordon, the captain, is walking out to the middle. She'll want to guide her team to Southampton.
Well, we saw a brilliant captain's knock from Kirsty Gordon's opposite number. Boy, do Blaze need a captain's knock right now.
.35 from 22. Kate Cross now has 46 wickets in all competitions this summer, the most for any season in her career. Thank you, Hypercourse, for that stat as Kate Cross is in. Nudged into the offside by Gordon. Dot ball. 35 from 21.
Run rate up to 10s. Didn't think that would.
Cross in once again through to Threlkeld. Crucial dot balls here from Kate Cross. Three for 35 so far, 2 maidens. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Kate Cross. Kirsty Gordon yet to get off the mark. Cross in, chipped in the air. It'll go over the head of Grace Potts. She's in pursuit. She'll stop the boundary. Sliding stop. They do push for 2 though.
Just got enough of that, didn't she, Kirsty Gordon? I thought for a second he was going to be caught, and he just continued to sail over Grace Potts' head.
The Blaze need 33 from 19 balls. Kate Cross with the final ball of her over. She'll finish with a dot.
Smart bowling that from Kate Cross to bang it into the surface, because if it had been floaty, it was up there to be driven with mid-off and mid-on up in the circle, and fields are set square and behind square on the boundary edge. So the Blaze are 209 for 7, 3 require 33 runs from the last 18 balls. 11s and over. 11s. How have we got to this position? Well, because of pressure, because of dot ball pressure, because of some smart, cute captaincy. At times, Threlkeld's had 3 out rather than the 4 just to build pressure. And Fee Morris has got through 6 overs, 2 for 26 from the Radcliffe Road end. She continues. Driven hard and straight up the ground. Check drive from Catherine Bryce. They'll have to come back for 2. Kate Cross will run round from long on to a long off area. Morris takes the bails off, but Gordon is home safe and sound. 31 runs required. Where's the boundary option here for Catherine Bryce? Hard square sweep perhaps through forward square leg. Down the track, inside out, beautiful lofted drive. Over extra cover. There's no fielders there. Much needed boundary. 27 required from 16 balls. Will this force a fielding change? Extra cover, forward leg. They're the big pockets to access the boundary. Reverse sweep if you get it through those 2. Slightly more risk there with the 2 fielders behind square. Down the track again, drags this one, so it's going to go up to long on for a single. Kate Cross in the action once again. 216 for 7, 26 required. Wide from 13 balls. 219 for 7. Catherine Bryce on strike. Does she take the single to retain the strike? Does she go for a high value option? Dragged down, pulled away into the leg side. This could split the 2 boundary riders. It does. 4 runs to Bryce. I think that's the first poor delivery that Fee Morris has bowled. She's bowled so well, considering she was the 6th bowling option. She's 2 for 40 from 7.
Kate Cross is going to bowl her final over. So far 3 for 37, including 2 maidens. This over could prove very important. 19 runs from 12 balls is what the Blaze need. Cross in. Clubbed in the air by Kirsty Gordon. It's going to go for 4. This shifts the balance. 15 runs required from 11 balls. Have Lancashire let this slip?
That was a great swat.
227 for 7.
Great contact from Kirsty Gordon there. Getting the elevation as well. And they're going to think about the fielding changes now. Cross has tried to bang that into the surface to not be driven, but missed a length on the short side. And Gordon's been able to play that shot with a vertical bat and access the boundary. Punches being thrown by the Scottish skipper.
A big discussion between Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, Grace Potts, making some adjustments in the field. Hannah Jones has been brought up into the ring from fine leg. Kate Cross in, driven down the ground. Ailsa Lister running round to prevent it. They're going to push for 2. They're going to do it safely. That's great running from the Blaze.
It's such a long way out there straight. Ailsa Lister is too deep there. And with the straightness of the shot as well, she's had to make up ground as well.
13 runs required from 10 balls. Kirsty Gordon, the Blaze captain, on strike. Kate Cross in, driven down the ground, but no run available. A vital dot ball. A really, really crucial dot ball for Lancashire. (13 from 9). Kate Cross heading back to the top of her mark, running in from the Stuart Broad end. Flicks it in. 230 for 7. 12 runs required from 8 balls. Catherine Bryce, 123 from 139. It's been a stellar innings so far. Kate Cross to Bryce, nudges this one out into the offside. Darcy Carter running in from the boundary. They'll just be able to get a single. 11 runs from 7 balls. Kate Cross prepares to bowl her final ball of the innings. She's bowled 3 for 45, 2 maidens from 9.5. Kate Cross to finish her spell. This one aerial. It will fall safely between the 2 fielders. Once again, pushing for 2. 9 runs required from the final over. Kirsty Gordon now 14 from 11. Catherine Bryce 124 from 140. Kate Cross finishes her 10 overs. 3 for 47, including 2 maidens. And also surpassed her highest total wickets in all competitions this summer. Grace Potts will bowl the final over of this game for Lancashire. 9 runs from the final over.
Well, as you could see on screen there, Kate Cross looking anxious. We all looking anxious and pacing around like an expectant father. But Kate Cross knows that her job is done with the ball now. The equation is as simple as this. 9 required off 6. We said the Blaze would catch up. We didn't think it would be in this fashion. Kirsty Gordon 14 off 11. Catherine Bryce has been in since the Blaze were reduced to 13 for 1 in the 5th over. She is 124 not out, but it will mean nothing if the Blaze do not get over the line here. You saw that in a celebration when she got to 3 figures. It was a modest celebration because she knows the job wasn't done then and it isn't done yet. Grace Potts gets thrown the ball. Number 9 on her back. Deep square leg. Deep mid-wicket. Deep long on. Deep point. They are the boundary riders. Everybody else inside the circle. Valuable dot ball. 9 off 5. Grace Potts is hobbling. What a warrior she is. She's not looked right since she bowled her first ball. She's bowling injured here. Threlkeldy's going to come up to the stumps, is she? No, she thought about it. Just adjusting the angle of the short third fielder. Bryce on strike. Tapping a bat. And then bat aloft, waiting for Grace Potts. Hits it hard and straight up the ground. And Ailsa Lister comes round and catches it. Catherine Bryce has to go for 124. The Blaze are still 9 runs adrift. There are 4 balls to come.
Kirsty Gordon taps Catherine Bryce on the back saying, well done. She has put a shift in today. 124 runs from 142 balls. She almost took her team to victory. She's had to depart prematurely.
She just tried to force it over the offside, didn't she? Didn't quite get enough distance on it, and a great piece of work from Ailsa Lister, backing up her batting performance. We're not done yet. Cassidy McCarthy walks out to the crease. Nine off 4. She's batted twice. She's faced 10 balls and scored 5 runs. Just the 9 required on this occasion, Cassidy. It's the same field. Trent Bridge still as anything. Potts is in. Shuffle from Cassidy McCarthy, and she's knocked over. Two, 3 for 9. Cassidy McCarthy doing the right thing, but in vain. Kirsty Gordon stranded at the non-striker's end at the moment as Grace Ballinger walks out to the crease.
Grace Potts, 2 wickets in the over so far. All Lancashire need is 1 wicket, and they are on the bus to Southampton. 233 for 9, 30 so far. She has been an absolute warrior, hobbling throughout her first few overs. Oh, she's standing at the top of her mark, ready to bowl a hat-trick ball.
Right, left-hander comes in. Grace Ballinger taking guard. Fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Mid-off, mid-on, in the circle, extra cover, backward point, short third, all inside the circle. Potts going to bowl right arm over to the left-handed Grace Ballinger, who turns it into the leg side. She's got it between the 2 fielders. A bit of work to be done here. Will be retrieved. They're not going to take the second. It's a 2-ball showdown. 8 required from 2 balls. Kirsty Gordon, it's over to you. They're going to come together for a chat. Threlkeld and co will shuffle the field for the right-handed Gordon. Should they have taken the extra run there?
They'll know they have to find boundaries, and I think Kirsty Gordon would back herself to find those boundaries, as she has done earlier in her short innings.
Batters finished their chat. Cross is talking to Potts. I'm assuming she'll go back out to long on. The field.
They're having another chat.
All Grace Potts has got to do is keep that foot behind the line, make sure it lands on the cut strip, and it not go for a boundary. Just this delivery. She can worry about the last delivery once she's bowled this one. Kirsty Gordon needs to find the ropes here. 4 or 6. Potts is on her way. Gordon, swing and a miss. They're going to come through for a bye though. So it'll be 7 off 1. Grace Ballinger needs to hit this for 6. For a tie. And then don't ask me what happens then. It mustn't be a super overall. Do Blaze go through because they finished 3rd? I don't know. We'll find out.
I'm pretty sure it does go to a super over.
Where's the defibrillator?
Can we have some first aid? I've been shaking for like the last 4 overs.
Like everyone else inside the circle. Grace Potts with ball in hand. Blaze require a maximum. Potts is in. Ballinger swings it away to the leg side. It's not going to be enough. The ball's fizzed in. And Lancashire will go to finals day on Sunday at Southampton. What a thriller here at Trent Bridge. Trent Bridge just comes to a standstill. You can hear the Lancashire staff and players, but the rest of Trent Bridge is in utter shock. For the majority of that run chase, the Blaze were in control, but what resilience from the Lancashire women. What courage from the captaincy.
Such resilience from Grace Potts, continuing when in pain. That final over, such an important one, and Lancashire through to the final. They've been thrown curveball after curveball. Eve Jones injured, Emma Lamb off with England, Tara Norris injured, the list goes on. But they have come here today to Trent Bridge. They didn't get the home semi-final, and they have shown what they have done. They can do under pressure. They now go to Southampton, where they'll face Hampshire or Surrey in the final. And what a moment for Lancashire. They already have 1 trophy in their cabinet this season. They will be hungry for another. Elsa Lister and Ellie Threlkeld, sacrificial in their personal milestones in the first innings. Threlkeld out for 92, Lister out for 97. But in this second innings, Threlkeld's captaincy, Lister with the catch earlier in the final over. And Lancashire win by 5 runs. One of the most thrilling games of the entire domestic season. And there's a lot of competition for that, with a number of ties going on across the country this season. Heartbreak for the Blaze. They have done so well this season. Their season finishes here at Trent Bridge, but Lancashire, they go down to the Utilita Bowl, and they've got a big job to do on Sunday.
Complete shell shock here in the commentary box, as well as around Trent Bridge. Such a well-paced run chase for about 38, 40 overs from a Blaze point of view. But the resilience to dig deep from a Lancashire point of view, incredible. Ellie Threlkeld led from the front with the bat, and then with the creativity as the skipper, Where was that game won and lost? Well, let's take you back to the beginning. Lancashire were reduced to 52 for 4 inside 17 overs. Backs against the wall. For 9 overs of the power play. Yes, they lost one early wicket, which you're allowed to do against the new ball. Sarah Bryce departing in the 5th over for 5. And then it completely turned with a double wicket breakthrough from Kate Cross in the 10th, reducing the Blaze to 37 for 3. Then we had another twist. Catherine Bryce's partnership of 166 with Georgia Elwis. Bryce to 6s, and by the end it was 11s. Some inspired changes from the skipper Ali Threlkeld, some courageous bowling, and you've mentioned it, I'm going to mention it again. Grace Potts limping around in the outfield, limping back to a mark, managed to get through 8 overs, 3 for 32 in the end. It was on a hat-trick in the final over. Kirsty Gordon tried her best to get her team over the line with a 14 not out at the end in 12 balls, but unfortunately for the Blaze, they left it a little bit too late. And if there was one thing I would compare the two teams on at the end of the game, Lancashire had scored 101 singles to Blaze's, sorry, Blaze scored 101, 109 to Blaze's 103. Blaze scored 25 twos to Lancashire's 22. Lancashire scored 1-3 to Blaze's none. They're all pretty close numbers. The big differential was Lancashire scored 21 fours and Blaze scored 16. The only other anomaly was the extras, which swung it a bit more in Blaze's favour. So I think the Blaze will look back at not being able to throw that punch and knock Lancashire off their line and lengths and access a few more boundaries. But what a game of cricket.
Just an incredible semi-final. This is what you want from knockout games. It's so exciting, and it set Lancashire up really nicely. They've been put under pressure so much. They've come back from that power play. If you had asked me after that power play, who do you think's going to win, I would have said Blaze all day, because Lancashire were in such a difficult position, but Lister and Threlkeld pulled it back in that first innings, and then, as we said, just tiny margins that it was won by, and incredible from Lancashire, the calm under pressure and the grit shown, particularly by the likes of Grace Potts. Remarkable.
There's the mini card on screen. Lancashire get up by 5 runs. Big thanks to Polly Starkey for joining us the last couple of weeks as co-commentator. I've been James Carr. Thanks for joining us all season on the Blaze YouTube channel. Until 2026, it's a winter well and it's a bye for now.